Good morning, good morning, good morning. Colleagues, welcome back to our first session of today's proceedings. I'm not going to waste your time. I see that we are way behind schedule, but I think we'll make it. My name is Komoto Lebelo, and my name says it all. We should be done before lunch. I understand most of us are on medication and we need to eat. So trust me, we'll be done with the session before lunch. So colleagues, I took the liberty to look at the titles for this research day. And trust me, I consider myself resilient and a person of strength, but I cannot pronounce the Latin terms. So I'm gonna leave it to the presenter. Colleagues, without wasting any time, I'm going to welcome the first presenter, Tolwana Nto. Over to you, ma'am. So basically, just to explain the rules, Dr. Gumede will have, or is it Mr. Khasapan, Dr. Gumede? So basically, when she shows the green sign, it means we have 5 minutes left. Then the red one, you should be wrapping up. Basically, your time is up. Are we all clear, colleagues? All right. Ma'am, without wasting any time, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Lebelo. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Tolwana Nto. I'll be presenting my master's research, but it's part of it. The title is Microbial Safety and Cytotoxicity of Hypocaris, Radicata, and Urticaria leaves. Oh, okay. Thank you. African leafy vegetables and ALVs are a diverse array of vegetables that grow in Africa. Most parts of Africa, some of them are cultivated, while some grow as weeds. These vegetables are known to be rich in nutrients, minerals, and their therapeutic properties, such as the secondary metabolites. These vegetables are used as medicine and food. Most of these vegetables are consumed raw and cooked as part of salads or to supplement the starchy staples as relish. However, the growing conditions of these vegetables, like I just mentioned, they grow in the wild, some grow in the open fields, along the crossroads. They are exposed to types and various microorganisms which can be toxic, pathogenic, or harmful for consumption. Again, these vegetables, they produce compounds that are toxic when consumed, and that may affect human health. Here we have examples of the commonly consumed ALVs in Lesotho and South Africa. We have the amaranthus, which is commonly known as pigweed or spineweed. In Sesotho, it's tepe. And for it, we consume leaves. And the second one is Canopodium album. It's commonly known as lamcotas, pigweed. And in Sesotho, it's ruwe, same as the amaranthus. We consume the leaves. This highlighted vegetables are those I am interested in. The first one is Hypocaris radicata. It's flatweed, cat's ear, and in Sesotho we call it Lepiola hoho. We consume the whole plant, including the leaves. The second one, which is Urticaria, it's known as stingy nettle, and in Sesotho it's Bubatsi. Also, we consume leaves. Here are the pictures of our plants. The first one, this one is the hypocaries, and here are those leaves we consume. So we say we consume the whole plant because it's flat. There are no stems or anything. So here we'll have the utica. Here are our leaves, and it's singing because these leaves has the trichomes, just that I didn't show them. They have a burning sensation when touched with bare hands. So normally from where I come from, we collect it in the morning to when the thorns are still wilt. Okay. Here is a few benefits at the locations where we can find these vegetables. They are widely distributed in Africa, Europe, Asia, America, and with this, they can be naturalized in other countries. As part of the ALVs, these are known to have strong therapeutic properties, and their nutrients are high when compared to other exotic vegetables. And they are also consumed to supplement starchy staples. This study was conducted to analyze the microbial load of fresh hypocaries and utica leaves in order to determine their safety for human consumption. And this was achieved through determining the cytotoxicity and the bacterial flora of the leaves. So for cytotoxicity, we extracted the plant leaves using water, and then we evaporated the solvent, which is water, by freeze dryer. And microbial analysis, we homogenized the leaves, then enumerated bacteria using plate count agar, then extracted DNA in order to get the present bacteria, and we further isolated them. Okay. The cytotoxicity assay, we use the MTT assay method. So my results are as follows. We have here is the total number of the cells, and here we have our results. So with the MTT assay, these vegetables were tested against the extracts were tested against the viral cells, which are monkey cells that seem more like mammal cells. Since they'd be consumed by humans, we found that this red line shows that if the cells were below the line, it would mean that our plant extracts are toxic to the viral cells. And from the results, we see that they showed no cytotoxicity. And this one is number of PI cells, like number of dead cells. So with PI ZI, we used, so it would only color the dead cells. And since the dead cells were colored and the way they were lower, it showed that the live cells are above the dead cells, meaning our plants don't have any toxic effects. This is just okay. For our bacterial isolates, both vegetable leaves presented Bacillus liquefactions, and Hypocaris radiata had Bacillus pumilus, while Utica deca had Staphylococcus zalosus. And these bacterial strains isolated, luckily, they are not harmful. We all know that Bacillus is known to be pathogenic and toxic, but these strains we isolated are not harmful as the Bacillus amyloliquefaciens. It enhances plant resistance to pathogens. That is it, and well, okay, that is with the chlorophyll the plant already has, it improves it. So with that, the plants produce their own defense mechanisms against the pathogens. So with us, when you consume these vegetables, remember the chlorophyll content now is higher. So it is therefore beneficial to our health, as when we eat plants rich in chlorophyll, we are prevented from contracting any diseases. For examples like the okay, sorry. For example, like chronic heart diseases, and with Staphylococcus zalosus, it produces the proteases and the amino acids, which are essential in fermentation to so it gives them the Staphylococcus zalosus a strength to be used as data culture in meat fermentation. I know I'm talking about vegetables, but it says that in the food industry, this bacteria strain is not harmful. Thank you. Even though I got okay, this, in summary, it is good to eat our ALVs because they're not toxic, especially these ones. And even though they are collected from the wild, the soil where they are exposed to bacteria, these bacterial strains isolated or found on the leaves are not harmful. So thank you so much.
All right. Thank you for your presentation, Tolwana. Colleagues, we have another presenter on the line. I think he's ready.
Yeah.
Sir, if you're ready for us, we are ready for you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to present my research study. My name is Fritz van Skalkwyk, and I am a cardiac technologist in Rosepark Hospital. And my research topic was the correlation of cardiac risk factors with carotid intima media thickness and radial intima media thickness measurements. So early identification of cardiovascular disease in patients at risk are essential, and the major cardiovascular risk factors are smoking, hyperlipidemia, hypertension, and diabetes. Stroke is the second most common cause of mortality, and the most important modifiable risk factor for ischemic stroke is hypertension. Carotid ultrasound evaluates vascular function and anatomy and it's the most common method to evaluate carotid arteriosclerosis. CIMT is an independent predictor of stroke, and recurrent stroke increases 18% for each 0.1 millimeter increase in CIMT. Regarding the radial artery, there's a threefold increase of major cardiovascular events in patients with RIMT measurements with more than 0.3 millimeters. The aim of the study was to investigate the correlation between modifiable and non-modifiable risk factors, CIMT and RIMT, to predict future cardiovascular events in patients from Central South Africa. This was a prospective, descriptive, analytical, single-center study at a private physician practice, and our inclusive criteria was first-time adults presenting with one or more modifiable cardiac risk factors. So 97% of the population of the study group was from the Free State, and the mean age was 60 years with a female predominance. And most of our patients presented with 3 or more modifiable cardiac risk factors. The most prevalent risk factors were hypertension, diabetes, and obesity. The mean CIMT of the total study group was 0.8 millimeters, men 0.9 millimeters, and women 0.8 millimeters. 43% of patients had 107 patients, had an abnormal CIMT with a mean CIMT of 1.1 millimeters. 40 patients presented with rheumatoid arthritis, and 70% of the rheumatoid arthritis group had an abnormal CIMT. Significantly more men with diabetes, hypercholesterolemia, and smoking had abnormal CIMT measurements. So the individual risk factors that had a statistical significant effect on the mean CIMT was hypertension, diabetes, cholesterol, and smoker. The risk factor combinations that had a significant effect on the CIMT mean were diabetes and hypertension, hypertension and smoker, diabetes and cholesterol, hypercholesterolemia, and obesity. Hypercholesterolemia contributed significantly to a thicker mean RIMT, and the combinations that had a significant effect on the RIMT for hypertension, obesity, diabetes and obesity, hypertension, and hypercholesterolemia. There were a strong correlation between the CIMT left and right, the RIMT left and right, but a poor correlation between the carotid and radial arteries. The prognostic value of CIMT and cardiovascular disease is currently hotly debated. The study population remained older, affluent adult patients. 80% of the study population had 2 or more modifiable risk factors, and 90% of the study population presented with hypertension. More than 50% of patients that were diagnosed with a stroke or TIA had an abnormal CIMT. Male sex was the only non-modifiable risk factor associated with an abnormal CIMT. So to conclude, male sex, increased age, hypertension, diabetes, hypercholesterolemia, and smoking significantly contributed to a thickened CIMT. Hypercholesterolemia was the only modifiable risk factor that was associated with thickened RIMT. And among all risk factors, hypertension had the most significant impact on the CIMT. Combinations of risk factors appeared to add summative risk for thickened CIMT and RIMT, but the carotid and radial arteries did not correlate. Thank you. And this paper is still currently under review.
All right. Thank you, sir, for your presentation. I think we are doing well with time, colleagues. I promised 1 o'clock. Trust me, we'll be done. So basically, the next speaker is Merangwa. So she'll be taking us through her presentation. I tried to take a quick glance at the presentation, but I'm not going to take chances. Without wasting any time, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Lebilo. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mani Rangwaga, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to present to you. I am a master's student, and my project entitled The In Vitro Anti-Cancer Activity of Isolated Compound from Asparagus laricinus Leaves on Breast Cancer Cell Lines. Medicinal plants are used mostly by the local community in Africa, and they use them to treat different medical conditions and to enhance their well-beings. They are widely distributed in rural areas, and they are inexpensive and they are easy to access. The significant use of these medicinal plants is usually because they have a medicinal benefit from the rich secondary metabolites they have. Compounds isolated from medicinal plants can be used to develop anti-cancer agents. Asparagus laricinus, which is also known as a wild asparagus, it is a monocotyledon plant and it belongs to Asparagaceae family. It is a shrub with feathery foliage and silvery branchlets. It is a common medicinal plant and it is widely distributed in the central and the eastern part of South Africa. It is used to treat different ailments such as UTI, red water, inflammation of umbilical cord, as well as tuberculosis. Medicinal plants play a huge role in drug discovery and drug development. It is important in developing novel, effective anti-cancer drugs. With the current cancer treatment challenges, it is essential to develop cancer agents or cancer drugs that have no side effects at all, or at least have a minimal. From literature, Asparagus laricinus, it has been reported to have anti-cancer effect against prostate and breast cancer cell lines. The aim of this study was to evaluate the anti-cancer activity of a compound that is isolated from Asparagus laricinus leaves against breast cancer cell lines in vitro. The first objective was to fractionate and isolate the poor active compound using vacuum liquid chromatography, column chromatography, and thin layer chromatography. To identify the isolated compound from this plant using liquid chromatography, mass spectrophotometry, and nuclear magnetic resonance. And lastly, to determine the anti-cancer activity of this compound using MCF7 cell lines. The plant was collected from the botanical gardens. It was washed and then oven dried and grounded into powder. And then plant extraction was performed using 100% of methanol. And then the solution was placed on a shaker for 72 hours. Following that, the solution was filtered and it was concentrated using rotary evaporator. The collected extract, it was stored at 4 degrees Celsius. The extract was then transferred to Nelson Mandela University for different chromatography techniques. Prior isolation, 5 solvent systems were developed. From the 5, toluene and ethyl acetate with a ratio of 7:3, was chosen as the best solvent system because it had a better separation and more visible bands. Fractionation was performed using VLC. Isolation and purification of a compound was performed using column chromatography, preparatory thin layer chromatography, and high performance thin layer chromatography. Then the structure of a compound was elucidated using NMR. MTT assay was used to determine the anti-cancer activity of the isolated compound. Figure 1 shows the TLC profile of the fractions, total of 18 fractions that were collected during VLC. From 18, like fractions were combined and total of 9 fractions were formed, and this is seen on figure 2. Figure 3 shows the HPTLC profile of the 9 subfractions. Under white light, our compound, which is a nanocompound or compound Na, it appeared as a yellow band, and it was isolated from fraction 5. Under UV light, the short wavelength, it was visible, and under the long wavelength, it was quite visible. Cells were treated at different concentrations using this compound in order to determine the percentage of cell viability. There was no reduction of cell viability by 50% after 48 hours of treatment with this compound. Instead, there was a slight increase when compared to the untreated ones, and this is seen on figure 4. However, the inactivity of this compound, it was not anticipated because from the previous studies, this plant, particularly the extract, has shown to have anti-cancer activity. The findings of this study suggest 2 possibilities. Firstly, this could mean the isolated compound, which is compound Na, does not at all have anti-cancer properties. Secondly, this compound might work in synergy, which means it is only effective when it is combined in a mixture in this plant. The current research project, it is the first to isolate compound from Asparagus laricinus. It is thus encouraged that more compounds should be isolated from this plant, and further screening, particularly anti-cancer activity, should be performed. Here are the references that I used, and thank you.
Thank you, Merangwaga. I have to say, I've heard about 2, 3 presentations relating to food. I wonder why South Africa is so fixated with food studies. But we understand that some of the vegetables they were mentioning are our staples. So it makes sense in a way. So I think we still have more food studies. So without wasting any time, the next presenter is Mediako Mohali. So colleagues, ma'am, if you are ready, over to you. Let me adjust the mic for you.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Diako Mahali, and I'm going to present to you a study that I did on the assessment of mycotoxin contamination in traditional leafy vegetables sold in the Free State, South Africa. Traditional leafy vegetables are amongst the important components of a healthy diet in many Southern African communities. These vegetables are an integral part of the nation's food heritage for several reasons, such as cultural significance, nutritional value, flavor and versatility, and sustainability. After harvesting these vegetables, they are prepared and stored using traditional methods, and the surplus is sometimes sun-dried to be used during off seasons, also because they are perishable. It is during these processes that fungi can colonize the vegetables and may accumulate compounds called mycotoxins. These are some of the vegetables commonly used in South Africa, and I only studied two of them, which is amaranth and pumpkin. Mycotoxins are toxic secondary metabolites produced by fungi and are capable of causing diseases in animals and humans. Consuming these mycotoxins can pose various health risks such as acute poisoning, allergic reactions, immunosuppression, and carcinogenesis. The severity depends on the specific mycotoxin involved, the level of contamination in the food, individual susceptibility, and the duration of exposure. This shows conditions that influence fungal and mycotoxin contamination in the pre-harvest and post-harvest phase. The study started off with a market survey, which was conducted in 29 towns across the province to document traditional vegetables sold in formal and informal markets. 60 respondents were interviewed using semi-structured questionnaires. The traditional vegetables were then collected from the markets and taken to the laboratory for assessment. Upon arrival at the laboratory, the vegetables were prepared for isolation and identification of fungi. The fungal species were identified using morphological and molecular techniques. And to identify the mycotoxins, an extraction method using water and methanol as solvents was used. Then multiple mycotoxins were separated in the mass spectrometer. This shows some of the vegetables that were studied and the identified fungi from the vegetables. It was found that the vegetables were contaminated with 9 fungal species, and of the 9 of them, only 4 can produce mycotoxins. Of the studied vegetables, 2 of them had very low levels of fumonisin B1 and fumonisin B2. This signifies a reduced health risk to the consumers. It also reflects the diligence of the sellers in maintaining food safety standards and positively impacts the economic aspect of traditional vegetables industry. In conclusion, we can say that 10 plant species were mentioned during the survey and only 7 were found in the markets. The vegetables were contaminated with 9 fungal species, and only 2 of the vegetables had traces of mycotoxins, which were below the limit of quantification. It can be recommended that food safety management protocols be used during the food processing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mihali. I have to say that my task as a session chair is very easy. Our presenters are agile. I don't have to call them. They know what to do. They know the drill. So it makes my task very easy. So colleagues, the next presenter is Mr. VT Mukwena, who will be taking us through his presentation. As previously mentioned, I won't take chances with the title. He knows it better. Sir, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Today I'm honored to introduce the topic for my oral presentation, correlation between carotid intima media thickness and patient outcomes in coronary artery disease in Central South Africa. I would like to start by reminding ourselves with this well-known facts amongst our communities. Annually, 17.9 million lives are lost to cardiovascular deaths. Constituting a staggering 31% of all fatalities in the country. Notably, within the context of sub-Saharan Africa, we witness a 37% surge in coronary artery diseases, with projections estimating a further 21% increase by 2030. These figures underscore the urgency of the situation and the pressing need for effective strategies to combat this rise. One beacon of hope lies in the early detection of individuals at high risk. Enter carotid intima media thickness measurements. It's a technique that has emerged as a valuable tool in the battle against cardiovascular diseases. In the image below there, you'll see how carotid intima media thickness would be visualized under B mode ultrasound imaging. This technique has garnered recognition from the American Heart Association and the American Colleges of Cardiology as a Class 2A classification for its use in cardiovascular risk assessment in asymptomatic adults with intermediate cardiovascular risk. Furthermore, the correlation between CIMT and an increased risk of coronary artery disease has been extensively explored. The Mannerheim consensus study also advocates for the use of carotid intima media thickness measurements. This knowledge provides an avenue to predict the severity of coronary artery atherosclerosis and even postulates the potential to predict surgical outcomes. It's essential to note that limited research exists on the correlation between CIMT and operative outcomes in coronary artery bypass grafting surgery patients, particularly in the Central South African population. The crux of our study was seeks to fill the void by investigating the correlation between CIMT, pre-op, inter-op, and post-op outcomes in patients undergoing coronary artery bypass graft surgery. By uncovering these correlations, we aspire to contribute to improved surgical outcomes and a deeper understanding of the intricate interplay between cardiovascular health and surgical interventions. With the objectives listed below, we sought to achieve this aim. My methodology was a retrospective analytical cohort study focused on acute coronary syndrome patients who underwent elective coronary artery bypass graft surgery. Our study layout was CMT measurements were taken the day before surgery following a standardized protocol outlined in the Menaheim CMT plaque consensus study with B-mode ultrasound technology. Then we acquired those images. The patients were divided into two cohorts based on gender-specific reference ranges. Group 1 with the normal CMT values and Group 2 with the abnormal CMT values. Laboratory sampling was used to capture preoperative cardiac risk factors and other crucial indicators. Intraoperative data was also collected as listed, as well as postoperative surgical outcomes. When it comes to my results, out of all those data collected, demographics showed that the mean age of the groups was comparable. Both presented with a predominance of Caucasian males, which is 80%. The mean BMI was significantly higher in Group 2 compared to Group 1. The preoperative results, significantly more patients in Group 2 presenting with an abnormal CMT presence. They presented with hypertension, diabetes, and an increase in NT-proBNP. Intraoperative clinical variables were similar between the groups with no statistical significant difference between them. The postoperative outcomes between the groups were similar with no statistical significant difference, with only one mortality due to systemic inflammatory response syndrome. When a higher cutoff value was used, we still didn't see any statistical significant difference between the two groups in the abnormal and normal ranges. Our hypothesis was that a thicker CMT would experience more abnormal and worse outcomes and complications during and after surgery. Our intraoperative, in terms of patient demographics, the patients with abnormal CMT exhibited a higher BMI, and the preoperative risk factors showed increase in hypertension and in the propensity for hypertension, diabetes, and NT-proBNP, which is an enzyme that indicates heart failure. The intraoperative results show no correlation. The postoperative results, the complications were comparable between the two groups, but with no statistical significant difference. Complications were limited, but corresponds with the 1 to 3% reported rate. When a higher cutoff value was used for abnormal CMT, there was no correlation. Our limitations were this retrospective study design. Okay, with the conclusion, association was observed between abnormal CMT and preoperative risk factors. However, no correlation between the abnormal CMT and an increased adverse intra and post-operative outcomes. Therefore, we concluded that CMT, carotid intermediate thickness, is not a predictor of adverse events in CABG surgery. While the statistics are not as compelling as we had hoped, the potential is significant and the urgency is undeniable. By harnessing the power of early detection through non-invasive techniques and delving into the nuances of surgical outcomes in CABG patients, coronary artery bypass graft patients, we can strive for better cardiovascular health and outcomes, and ultimately save lives. Thank you.
Colleagues, I think we are doing well with time. Um, just take a few seconds to stretch. Wherever you are, it's not an opportunity to go to the loo. I think research doesn't show any correlation between a stretch break and going to the loo or restroom. So please, just stretch where you are. Okay, colleagues, the next presenter is Mr. Van Jaarsveld with 2 A's. Did I say it right?
That's great.
All right, sir, over to you.
Thanks a lot. Still not. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for the opportunity to present my master's research here. We looked at the outcomes of patients with single ventricle physiology in Central South Africa. Single ventricle physiology occurs in 4 to 8 out of 10,000 live births, or in 1 to 2% of congenital heart diseases. It's a heterogeneous group that consists of quite a few cardiac lesions. Early intervention and detection is crucial, as these babies are cyanosed and they have ventricular overload. Survival for critical illness diseases like single ventricle physiology is worse than for non-critical illnesses. The treatment of these patients consists of a 3-stage intervention, with the first stage involving palliative interventions, the second being the Glenn procedure, where the SVC is taken directly to the pulmonary artery, and then finally the Fontan procedure, where the IVC is also taken to the pulmonary artery. Outcomes for patients with Fontan procedures has improved dramatically in the world. However, limited data is available for African countries, and the outcomes is not that favorable. The aim was to report on the long-term outcomes and survival of single ventricle patients in Central South Africa. And the objectives were to report the number of patients we see between November 1997 and December 2019, and also to report on the number and the outcomes of the patients in each of these stages. The study was a retrospective observational study done at the Universitas Academic Hospital, which is the main tertiary hospital servicing the Free State, the Northern Cape, and Lesotho. Our study included 154 patients that met the inclusion criteria. Patients with hypoplastic left heart were excluded, and also patients that underwent what have biventricular physiology that was treated with single ventricular palliation. Our data was collected from the pediatric cardiology database, patient files and hospital records, and ethical approval were obtained. Now, out of the 154 patients that met our inclusion criteria, 40 of these patients did not receive any interventions. This was due to poor presentation conditions, associated severe lesions, and Level syndromes. In our study, it was mainly males, presenting 64%, and the lesions that was most common was tricuspid atresia and pulmonary atresia with intact ventricular septum, presenting almost 85%. Most of our patients had a left dominant ventricle. We can see that from our study, 54% of patients derived from Free State, 29% from the Northern Cape, and 13% from Lesotho. So it's quite compelling that 46% of patients are coming from outside our province. On the picture on the left, we can see the days to which the patients first presented. Now, we say this is a critical cardiac lesion, so they have to present early. there were two districts, the Vusile Derby district presented within 3 days and the Mangaung district at 4.1 days. But what is quite worrisome is the Northern Cape only presented after 56 days. That's almost 2 months. And even more worrisome is the Lesotho group that presented at 178 days. That's after 6 months. Then the picture on your right depicts the percentage that each district present after the province. Now you can see that both the Mangaung and Letabo Mpumalanga districts have similar populations, but the percentage on the outer layer tells us how many patients we received from those districts. And you can see almost double the amount of patients came from the Mangaung district versus the Letabo Mpumalanga district. This table shows the results of the outcomes of our single ventricle patients. In stage 1, the BT shunts were the most prominent procedure done. The PDA stenting was done earliest at 4.6 days. Those patients that progressed to stage 2 was 63, and the patients that progressed to stage 3 was 30. These patients were operated at a relatively young age. So after 154 patients we saw, 114 patients were eligible for treatment. Of those, 87 went to stage 1. After 87 patients in stage 1, 37 progressed to stage 2, and 26 patients came directly from without any stage 1 interventions. After 63 patients in our stage 2, 29 progressed to the last stage, and 1 patient received a stage 3 intervention from the onset. It's interesting to note the amount of patients that demised in the stage 1, which is the highest of all the stages. Also important is the total amount of patients that was lost to follow up. So this study was the first long-term outcomes of patients with single ventricle physiology in Central South Africa. The main findings were the late presentation of patients. This was except for those 2 districts that presented early. So geographical factors impact the early referral of patients. The data also shows the severity of single ventricle physiology, and it highlights the need for early detection and rural education. In stage 1, we saw almost 3/4 of our patients that presented received stage 1 interventions, and the highest mortality were in stage 1. Of the interventions that could be done in stage 1, ductal stenting was done the earliest, followed by BT shunts, and ductal stenting is definitely a viable option in a resource-limited setting like ours. In stage 2, 43% of the stage 1 patients moved to Glenn procedure, with 41% of them having no previous intervention. It was done at a relatively young age if you compare it with other African countries, and we had a favorable perioperative mortality of 3%. The Fontaine patients in stage 3 were also operated at a relatively young age of 5.9 years, which is in accordance with global trends. We had no operative mortalities after Fontaine, and which is favorable if you compare it to other African countries. Loss to follow-up is a significant concern in our setting, with almost 1/3 of our patients being lost to follow-up. Reasons for this is the long distances from the hospital, unreliable transport, communication challenges, lack of understanding by parents, a migrating population, and cultural barriers, or the patients may have deceased. Similar trends were also observed in the Cape Town study and in other African countries. So in conclusion, in our setting, we face large challenges, being the large distances from the central hospital, the late presentation of patients, and follow-up support being a crisis in our setting. Treatment outcomes compare favorably with other sub-Saharan countries. And in stage 1, the interventions, the mortality of the interventions were highest. And outcomes for Glen and Fontaine in stage 2 and 3 were favorable compared with global standards. So this study emphasizes the need for the early detection of patients with single ventricle physiology and a new strategy to be developed to enhance patient follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Jaarsveld. Okay, colleagues, we still have about 3 more items before our short break. But before that, I'll just take you through 2 presentations and the photo session followed by, the Q&A followed by the photo session. So we have 2 more items like I've mentioned, and the first of the 2 is Ms. T. Khadebe. Ma'am, I hope we can operate the system. But basically, forward back.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Tlotlo Khadebe, and I'll be presenting my study on the antibacterial effects of Elephantorrhiza elephantina on the bacteria Staph aureus and investigating the cellular morphology that the plant posed on the bacteria. So we know that antibacterials are the recommended therapy for infections that are caused by pathogenic bacteria. But over the years, bacteria have managed to acquire resistance against these antibiotics, and they are mainly called multi-drug resistance bacteria or superbugs. The resistance occurs through misuse and incompletion, so the non-conformance of the patient completing their treatment. Several groups of these pathogenic bacteria, they develop resistance against certain antibiotics. Worldwide, these multi-drug resistant bacteria have increased at an alarming rate, and over the recent decades, it has caused a substantial burden on our health sector. Due to the lack of urgency in research to finding new ways in developing new antibacterial agents, it has become a concern and has motivated the need to look into our traditional herbs and plants as an alternative possible solution for antibacterial drug development. The use of the medicinal plants is still highly recommended as a treatment option amongst most of our rural communities and in our current healthcare system amongst communities in South Africa and the southern region of Africa. Traditional medicinal plants have been used for many years, and they have been seen or posed to be more affordable, easy accessible, and less toxic. Research on these antibacterial properties of the medicinal plants may combat the burden faced by the health sector by these multi-drug resistant bacteria by developing new antibacterial agents sourced from these traditional plants. Introducing the bacteria of choice was Staphylococcus aureus. It is a multi-drug resistant bacteria that is seen in the groups of bacteria, namely gram-positive, and the multi-drug resistance are also seen in both groups of bacteria. They are also seen in the gram-negative bacteria group. Staph aureus is a corky bacterium that forms clumps and stains positive via the gram stain. It is responsible for superficial lesion as it is a normal flora in our skin, our upper respiratory nasal cavities like your nose and your throat. And so this bacteria causes boils, localized abscesses, and are the most prone bacteria found in mucosal infections. So these are infection picked up in the hospital. From the time antibiotics were introduced, S. aureus has responded to the introduction of these drugs by rapidly acquiring resistance by genetic mutation, such as acquisition of new intrachromosomal plasmid, by mutation in the chromosomal gene, and by barrier of the drug entry. So it blocks out the drug from doing its job or the mode of action. Introducing the plant of my study is Elephantorhiza elephantina. It is mostly or extensively used in the southern African countries as a food source and to treat diseases and conditions caused by pathogenic bacteria. The leaf of elephantina, shown in my figure A, grows naturally in grassy slopes and hillsides and produce a red root that looks like sweet potatoes. So this red root is the most commonly used in the concoction of these medicinal solutions, and its generic name Elephantorhiza means elephant root. Elephantorhiza elephantina has many known names among all the indigenous group found in the Southern African. It's known as the Ellen's bean in English, Mosetsane in Sesotho, and Ellis Bongis in Afrikaans. So my problem statement, or what I was investigating in my research, is that the burden that these multi-drug resistant bacteria have caused over the years on our health sector. And this was going to be, or how I was going to do it, was investigate the potential of my medicinal plant with a more focused approach that could yield a new antibacterial agent to combat these multi-drug resistance. And the purpose of my study was to evaluate the antibacterial properties of E. elephantina by assessing the cellular morphology the plant poses on the bacterial cellular morphology. So these are the methods I used in my study: plant washing, collection, washing, air drying. Extraction was done with water and methylene. Phytochemical analysis was done both qualitative and quantitative. The antibacterial activity was investigated through disc diffusion and MIC, minimum inhibiting concentration methods. And I used negative controls or quality controls of known antibiotics, ampicillin and gentamicin, and the cellular morphology of S. aureus subjected to the plant extract was observed using scanning and transmission electron microscopy. So these were my phytochemical results, and the most prominent or what stood out from my phytochemical results was the presence of antiquinines found in the E. elephantina methanol extract, whereas in its water extract, the phytochemical compound was not found. Oh, sorry. And then furthermore, we can see that through literature, it was noted that antiquinines are known to pose antibacterial properties. Therefore, this was an important finding. This was the quantitative studies we did on the extract, and here we were looking at the phenols and the flavonoid concentration of the plant. My antibacterial results show that the plant extract of the methanol extract showed activity in all 4 bacteria I subjected to. So I subjected it to 2 gram positive bacteria and 2 gram negative bacteria that are mostly prone or known to be these multi-drug superbugs, and then it showed the highest activity in S. aureus. Therefore, I took it for further investigations through the scanning and transmission electron microscopy. These were the results I found from my scanning images. So this is scanning electron microscopy that showed in figure A, it showed the original morphology of the bacteria without subjection to the plant extract. However, from figure B to D, it shows the morphological damages it caused to the cells of the bacteria. And as we can see, some of the morphological damages was poking holes on the bacterial cell surfaces, causing shrinkage of the cells, leaking of the cellular material out of the cells, and this was the plant's way to inhibit the bacterial's growth. So ultimately subjecting the inhibition of the bacteria to grow. And all of this was the plant extracts concentrations was used via the results of the MIC, the minimum inhibiting concentrations. So we viewed it from 0.6 milligrams per microliters up until to the concentration of 2.5 milligrams to milliliters. This was the transmission scanning microscopy results. As we can see also in figure A, that was the bacteria subjected to no plant extract. You can see that the cellular or the cell wall of the bacteria is quite intact, and the morphology of the bacteria is corky. And then from figure B to D, we can see some of the damages that was caused to the bacterial cell wall. It was incomplete cell division or incomplete of the cell wall. Some of the cells seem to be, double or have splits in between them. So it's incomplete cell division, and some of the cells seem to be leaking its intracellular compounds, and we can also see that some of the cell walls seem swollen and burst, and the same concentration was used. This is just the discussion of my things. We found that the plant extract or the plant phytochemical analysis were constant with previous studies. Anthocyanins were very important in this study as it showed bacteria activity. And in previous studies, Elephantorhiza showed the presence of speron and tripronoins, and in my study, I did not find these. To conclude, the antibacterial of Elephantorhiza elephantina was very promising and showed great activity against gram-positive bacteria, namely S. aureus. And sorry, I'm just concluding. And yes, my scanning and transmission electron microscope showed the damages it can cause to the bacterial cell wall. So this, the take home from this investigation is that E. elephantorhiza is one of potential plant extract that can be looked into in the future to develop a new antibacterial agent. And recommendations is just to further investigate E. elephantorhiza between the different countries found in the southern region and to get it, thank you very much, to get it commercialized. These are my references, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Radebe. Colleagues, our next presenter is ready for us online. And based on Ms. Radebe's presentation, I want to be so famous that something is named after me. Lebelontoriza, something along those lines. Something along those lines. Miss Square, have you been given control to control your slides?
Let me see. I actually don't.
Stefan? Just give me a
Is
thumbs
it
up.
possible to share my presentation from my side?
All right, I'm asking our technician to give you the authority or the power. Yeah, I just asked him to give you authority to share your slides from your side. All right,
Thank
I
you,
think
sir.
everything is sorted. You can share from your side.
Okay. It still says host only can share.
Stefan? So essentially, he must make you a co-host so that we can share the slides. Colleagues, on a lighter note, I think I've done a good job. You can see it's not my fault. These are technical issues. I'm well on time. I'm well on time. Just give me a second to speak to our technician. Okay, Ms. Namsha, I think we can reshare. Just try again.
Yeah. Nope. I can see it says all participants can share, and then the second one says host only. Who can start sharing when someone else is sharing? It says host only.
I don't know. There are two options. The first one is to present on your behalf, but if I win, just know that I take all the spoils. Second option, we present from our side, but you'll have to tell us when to change the slides.
Okay, that's fine. We can do that. I was just concerned because the presentation that's with you now, there's slide 8, that information didn't put.
Okay. So I just want to ask a few questions regarding how you are sharing. You might be clicking the arrow facing up. Don't click the one on the right. Just click the middle one, the green one.
Yeah, it's on the green one that says share screen.
Oh, okay. So basically, there are two arrows. The green one is the correct one. The one next to the green one will just give you the options you were telling me
Oh,
earlier.
awesome. Okay,
Yes.
great. I think I've got it.
Perfect. Colleagues, I think she's ready. And a disclaimer, I'm still within time. I just have to reiterate that it's not my fault. All right. Namhla,
Great. Thank you very much, sir.
over to you, ma'am.
A very good morning to everyone here. My name is Namhla Skweyiya. I am a master's student in health sciences. I want to firstly thank Professor Latakhan for shedding light on the critical importance of public health and ethical leadership. As we transition into my presentation today, it is evident that these themes are not only relevant to healthcare, but also extend to various sectors, including agro-processing industry. Today, we delve into the world of food safety culture, a domain where public health and ethical leadership plays a crucial role in the healthcare sector. It is equally vital within agro-processing. Ensuring food safety is not just a regulatory necessity, but it is a matter of public health and ethical responsibility. Without wasting any more time, let's dive into our journey of assessing food safety culture at a prominent South African agro-processor for rinse before use and ready-to-eat produce. Ladies and gentlemen, food is life. I think we have all witnessed this in their previous presentations. And I would like to add on to say that a poor culture of handling food can lead to severe disease and death. It is in our interest to change the behavior of those handling our food in order to improve organizational food safety performance. Food safety culture has, without a doubt, become a measure to improve food safety performance. Furthermore, an increase in the consumption of raw leafy vegetables has been noticeable. Undeniably, ready-to-eat salads are a convenient way to ensure intake of vegetables, but consumers need to be confident that the products are safe to eat. Ensuring the microbial safety of fresh leafy green vegetables presents a unique challenge because the products are consumed raw with no kill step of pathogens, as you would have it with processed products where heating would act as a kill step. This brings us to the identified gap between what we know to do to comply being not equal to the behavior observed in many instances. It is known that, especially in transition countries such as our own, South Africa, foodborne illnesses remain underreported due to informal documentation and a lack of surveillance systems. Considering that South Africa is largely regulated, is largely self-regulated, there is a great need for improved food safety culture in the industry. The significance of our study seeks to allow the company to assess the effectiveness of its food safety practices without disrupting operations. It allows for a comprehensive assessment of the system's effectiveness, identifying strengths and weaknesses. By building on such successes and addressing shortcomings of the company, the company can foster a culture of continuous improvement, leading to heightened awareness, better compliance with food safety measures, and ultimately safer food production processes. In order to address the pressing issues of food safety culture in the South African agro-processing sector, our study aims to achieve the following objectives. Firstly, to conduct a critical review of literature on broader food safety culture with an emphasis on the agro-processing environment in South Africa, its importance to the country's gross domestic product, and challenges in the South African agro-processing sector. Secondly, we aim to assess certain dimensions of the food safety culture at a prominent South African fresh produce agro-processor through qualitative and quantitative methodologies. Thirdly, we aim to determine the factors that influence the organization's prevailing food safety culture related to the selected dimensions. And last but not least, to propose recommendations and interventions to improve the food safety culture at the agro-processor. For this study, an observational desktop evaluation was conducted that related to direct and indirect food handlers on various levels as well as management. Data was gathered through documentation, reports, and records available on the desktop. A checklist and scoring system to objectively evaluate each element were completed, and the desktop evaluation as illustrated on this table 1 related to direct and indirect food handlers as well as those of management. It involved the assessment framework around the principles of control, competence, communication, and cooperation. I would like to briefly bring you or draw your attention closely to how we subcategorized or categorized the aspects. So under the aspect of control, we had the strategy of the company, the leadership, process, and changes. Competence included issues of training, appraisal, development, and self-belief. While communication included company vision, the norms, consistency, and feedback. Cooperation included responsibility, empowerment, teams, and recognition.
Hi, Namtha. Namtha,
Yes.
you have 3 minutes left.
Throughout this, so if we look at the results and discussions, throughout this structure, the managing director provides all guidance, approves strategic decisions, and monitors the performance of each department through their respective managers. Effective communication and collaboration among these roles are essential to maintain a smooth operation while upholding food safety, quality, and production targets. The second figure has shown us that the higher percentage scores between 80 to 100, from 80 to 100% across these aspects demonstrated a strong dedication to maintain food safety standards and minimizing risks and ensuring the well-being of consumers, while the lower percentage scores across the aspects suggested the need to enhance food safety communication channels. On the slide of for the 4C principle framework, it indicated that there is relatively a higher level of competence and control compared to communication and cooperation. For the purposes of time, I will skip the cognitive progression step or slide and go straight to the conclusion. As we reach culmination of our presentation, we can conclude that a strong foundation in skills and direction can be deduced from the assessment. There might be room for improvement in terms of effective communication and collaboration, and balancing these aspects could lead to enhanced overall performance and outcomes. This can be done by, firstly, visual management systems, which can involve key performance indicator charts. And secondly, we can also improve this or involve the improvement or the actionable steps by implementing effective communication systems, which involve two-way communication and daily team meetings. In closing, I want to express my gratitude for your time and attention today. Our research has revealed significant insights into the agro-processing company's food safety culture, and we hope these findings can pave the way for safer food production and strengthened consumer trust. If you have any questions or recommendations, please feel free to reach out. Thank you once again for being part of this presentation.
Thank you, Namhla. You've taken my job. Nonetheless, you don't have to withdraw your rights to be on the platform. But before I continue, I would like to request all the presenters to come forward for our Q&A session. So, but firstly, I'll ask the adjudicators to take over in terms of the questions. After that, I'll open the floor for questions. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, I see a hand from Mr. Mkhawa, Dr. Manduna. Oh, I see. Okay, I think she'll be excused from this session then. Okay, the adjudicators. Can I see a hand from the adjudicators? I see one hand. Okay, over to you, sir. Where's that roaming mic? Dr. Mkhongwa? There's a roaming mic. Oh, here. Okay, I'll do the running, don't worry. I don't think it's proper, Prof.
Thank you. I don't have a question, but for those who presented plants and animals as well. I wanted to know this aspect of you eat this plant. We've been eating it for generations, but then you say you want to investigate maybe I'm trying to use simple language so the way I understood it. You want to investigate maybe the toxicity within it. Can you convince me that it is a worthwhile study in that regard? Because the assumption is that it is not toxic because people have been eating it and all those things. So how do you play around that type of research? Thank you.
All right. He said the question is not directed to a specific person, but to the best of my knowledge, I know that he's asking for those who are doing plant studies. These plants or these vegetables have been eaten for ages. We've been eating them for ages. He's asking, why are you now deciding to study the toxicity? I think we can come here.
Oh. Okay, thank you. I think if we go to our modern medicine has a prescription of doses. So sometimes the toxicity is not as adverse, so it can't be seen throughout your lifetime. But over years, it might be damaging certain cellular components in your kidneys, in your liver. So we're just trying to investigate at what doses, because remember, we are taking these plants, or we are boiling these plants and making combination based on previous knowledges, and these previous knowledges comes from our grandfathers, our forefathers, and some traditional African doctors. However, they do pass on, and the knowledge is not passed upon newer generations. So therefore, studying this toxicity, we'll know at least the average dose we can advise or recommend for people to take these plants as making it safer and more FDA approval for Western medicine?
Thank you, Program Director. My question is directed to Fritz van Schalkwyk. Dr. Frick, on your slides, the pie chart that you showed regarding the risk factors, you only showed us the obesity, hypertension, and diabetes mellitus.
Yeah.
And on your results, on table 2, you also included hypercholesterolemia and also smoking as risk factors. And both of them were statistically significant. So I wonder why you did not include those on the pie chart, because that will affect the percentages as well. Yeah.
I'll have a look now, but I think I've mentioned in the pie chart the most prevalent risk factors, not only the risk factors that had a statistical significance on the thickened CIMT. Is it regarding the carotid artery or the radial?
Sorry, I wouldn't be sure about that.
Okay.
But you can look here, you see there, that is the diabetes. Is that the one? You need to go up at the beginning of the slides. That's the diabetes and yeah, this one. It's only 3. Then on your results, table 2. Yeah, that one there.
Yes. Okay, so the pie chart, that's for the study population, the whole of the study population. So the most prevalent risk factors in the study population, so of our 250 patients, 89% of them had hypertension, 66% obesity, and 30% diabetes. If you go to table 2 here, so this table is the individual risk factors that had a significant effect on the carotid mean. So it's 2 different things that we said here. Yeah.
Okay.
So this table shows that hypertension, diabetes, cholesterol, and smokers, all of them had those individual risk factors had a significant effect on the CIMT mean, thickened of the artery wall. But yeah, that's the total study population. Of the total study population, 89% of them had hypertension.
Okay, it's
So
good
this is to mention it. This is not regarding any of the measurements of the CIMT or the RIMT.
Okay, looking at your pie chart, remember the pie chart must be 100%. So I see the 80s and the 60s, which is more than 100%, but you can fix it at a later stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can you please say that again for the people online?
It's just for the risk factors, you need to note that one patient can present with more than one risk factor. So one patient can have hypertension and diabetes. Therefore, it won't count to 100%.
All right, thank you. I don't know if there are any questions, because if there are no questions from the floor, I have a lot of my own. But let me start there. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. My question goes to the first presenter again. Okay, my name is Ogundeji. I'm a microbiologist from the University of the Free State. My question goes to Mto TC. Still, she's not here?
Sorry, adjudicator, she had to go. It seems like she had another commitment that she had to take care of. So, yeah. Sorry about that.
Okay. Then I'll ask Rangwanka. Okay. With your experiment, I'd like to know how many biological replicates did you do to be able to draw your conclusions? Replicate.
Okay. One thing I like about facilitating questions, should someone introduce herself first before the question, you know you're in trouble.
For cytotoxicity, I did 3 replicates to test the MCF7 and the verocells.
Is it biological or technical? Which one?
Can you please elaborate on, are you talking about the cytotoxicity?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm asking, you still did not answer me. What type of replicate did you do? How did you do it? Yeah.
Okay, the cytotoxicity, I didn't do it myself. It was sent to Nelson Mandela and I got the results.
Okay, so what type of samples did you send to them?
I sent the compound that I isolated, which is the nano compound.
And they test it with?
And the?
They test the cytotoxicity with which organism?
They tested the compound for the MCF7, which are the cancerous cells, and the verocells, the normal cells.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, I'll come back after.
All right, no problem. I see 2 more hands. I think we are running out of time, but after you, ma'am, I'll go to you, and I think I'll wrap up this session with questions of my own.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for a very interesting morning, and thank you for the presenters. Unfortunately, I'm also with Mem Rangwaga. In your beginning of your introduction, you talked about the plan that you were working on had anti-cancer activity because it has been established before.
Yes.
But your conclusion says the compound you isolated didn't have any activity, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Now, that means your crude product is the one that has activity. But how did you identify in order to choose that compound? And is there any, are there going to be any continuous studies in order to establish which compound is active in that specific crude products? Are you going to continue that? Thank you.
Yes, there should be a continuation from my study, mostly because there was only one pure compound isolated. Although there were other compounds that were isolated, however, they were not pure. When we looked at them using the NMR, they were a mixture. So more compounds should be isolated and they should be tested because the crude did show the anti-cancer effect.
Can I please take her question? I'll consider yours. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, and thank you to the presenters for your very interesting presentations. Mine is just to Ms. Khadebe, not Radebe, Khadebe. I'm sorry, I'm Vanessa from NAST. I just wanted to find out, in terms of the isolates that you used, did you select susceptible ones, and then you also selected the ones that were, MDR from the different classes?
No, I only focused.
So for the isolated ones, yes, I first did a screening of random pathogenics, but however, I did look for a more focused approach for the ones that have known to have multi-drug resistance.
Thank you, ma'am. This is definitely the last, right? All right.
Thank you. And also to Radebe. Your microscopy result, I saw that they are not the same size and you were comparing them. So what scale did you use? And so that we know that, you know, when you are comparing your apple, you can compare apple to apple. So the control looks bigger, whereas the other ones look smaller. So even if you are not answering me now, just take a look at that.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, colleagues. We have reached the end of this session. However, I have questions of my own. Why were you brave enough to decide to present today? Colleagues, I think from here, we have tokens for you, colleagues. Just before you sit down, we have tokens for you and certificates. I don't know who wants to do the honors of handing. Oh, okay. So I just know that I'm from the townships. I don't have a gift bag for you, but I'll just give you like just out of a taxi. Oh, the first one, come. All right. Ms. Khadebe, thank you. Mediaco. Mr. Fritz. Ms. Rangwaha, you're on the firing line this morning. Mr. Mukwena. And Mr. Van Jaarsveld with 2 A's. Thank you, colleagues. I think from here, we have a photo session, right, Dr. Mokhong? All right. Apologies for wasting your time, but I believe it was worth it. Can we kindly just convene just outside for a photo session? Then we're going to have our short break. After that, we proceed with session 2. All right. In the meantime, if you know you are presenting the second session, please prepare your presentations for when we resume. Thank you, colleagues. There's about 4 left. The other ones.
Colleagues, please let's come to the ZR Mabane steps and to take a picture. Please, please, everybody. No, everybody.
Group photo, come on. Come on.
Yeah. Wa bona mos kgale ba ntse ba
How are you?
ke hantle jwang
Okay, please, can we start session 2 now? Let's do that a little bit. I am Dr. Deem Jongwe from Dental Assisting in the faculty. Welcome to session 2. I am going to be your session chair. First up, we have Ms. J. Yonker. Am I saying it right? She's going to talk about food security. I've learned from the previous chair to not read these things. You're going to do it yourself now. We welcome you.
Okay, it's still morning. Good morning to everyone. Thank you for sitting here still. I think everyone's hungry and a bit exhausted. So I'm going to be the bravest of the bravest, and I'm going to have a different type of presentation. So please bear with me. I hope I have this technology under control. I'm Juanita Jonker. I recently did a doctorate study in the Health Sciences Department here at CUT. However, today I'm just going to present a fragment of my study, not the entire study. The section that I'm presenting to you today is on the food security and dietary intake of a cohort of students, the health science students, during the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, this links wonderful with what Prof. Lategan said this morning, where he spoke about the COVID that had a mortality of 3 times higher and that it resulted in extreme poverty. So it links very well with his presentation this morning, as well as the global goals that of health that he mentioned, and they're specifically linked to the zero hunger, the second one, as well as then my entire study linked well with the good health and well-being, as well as quality education. So with no further explanation, I'm going to start my presentation. The concern of food security and food insecurity among students was already prevalent before COVID-19. And in this context, the definition of food security refers to the access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious foods at all times. Then we know that COVID containment measures negatively influence our economies, as well as then the finances of all the citizens, which then, as a result, also influence their food insecurity or their food security. Now, this is where I'm going to try and be brave and see if I can just give you some context by a small video. You will know I'm not very fond of my own voice, despite being a lecturer. So I'm going to try. Let's just hope the sound works. Okay, this is my quick video, but I think this hit many hearts, brings back many memories, and this is where my study originated from. bad economy that we had before COVID, which worsened during COVID. And as a lecturer, how worried I was about my students being far from me, who I don't have contact with. And as a result, then this study was born. And this specific paper investigates then the food security of the health science students at the CUT, as well as the awareness and utilization of the available institutional support services during that time relevant to food security itself. The methodology, this was a mixed method study that was based largely on questionnaire data, as well as focus group discussions that was held online, and then some literature reviews, especially on the documents pertaining at the universities and the regulations during COVID. Okay, the results, I'm just shortly going to mention some demographic results that's important for the later results to put that into context. 36% of the 148 questionnaire participants resided with caretakers during COVID, meaning that they had someone to assist them during the time at home and they were not completely alone. The rest did not have someone to support them. And then 24% of the participants were from rural areas. And this we know also influenced the socioeconomic situation that they were in. They had less access not only to data and connectivity, electricity, but also resources online and shops, traveling, transport, things like that, that all plays a role. So the food security of the students, that was found that 16% of them were food secure during the pandemic. Only 16% were completely food secure. Then 54% experienced a mild food insecurity, 28% a moderate food insecurity, but most upsetting is that 2% of this group had severe food insecurity. And this means that those students went to bed hungry. They had to plan when they can eat, what they can eat, and if they can eat. So they had smaller meals and they had hunger. You can see there's some of the quotes that's on the slides also from the focus group discussions. I'm not going to read them all, but they just put some of the results into a more qualitative context. The main reason for this food insecurity was financial resources. So there was mainly financial restraint, but you can also see some of the other reasons, and some of these are also then covered in the bigger study, where lack of appetite due to the emotional strain and stress, the mental health that was very poor with these students during the COVID-19. But I'm not going to elaborate too much on that, as that's another paper, another section of the study. Okay, then also I looked at the dietary intake. So in other words, the types of foods that they used to eat before COVID, and then during the pandemic, what foods did they eat? And then interesting enough, the dietary intake between the questionnaire participants and the focus group participants were different. While there was no specific reason that I could find for that, it just shows that some students' intake were healthier and other students' intake were less healthy. For instance, the questionnaire students said that they decreased their snacks. So they had less luxury snacks like salty snacks, sugary snacks, sweets, those type of food. And they maintained their big macronutrients like their starch, their fruit and vegetable intake, as well as their protein intake. And then on the contrary, the focus group students said that their starchy food intake increased a lot. And they said that especially things like 2-minute noodles that they could eat with limited resources, they didn't need to cook it, it was a cheap thing and it could fill them. That increased a lot, and binge eating, meaning that they felt emotional and they ate anything and everything. So the possible reason for the difference that between the dietary intake that was sometimes healthier and less healthier, we can also project back to the caretakers at home. Some of the students had healthier meals or access to healthier meals when they were at home. Remember now, the video showed that we evacuated campus. Students had to go back to their homes and they could not stay in hostels or the rest, any place where they stayed in town. So the students that had healthier intake, we assumed that they had healthier or access to healthier meals at home, and therefore their diets improved. However, then we also had those students whose homes are insecure, food insecure. So when they went home, they maybe had less access to food and they reverted more to poor dietary habits. If we look at all the changes in general in the dietary intake, this was attributed to the availability of food. You will remember that some shops had limited vegetables and you could only buy what was available. Everyone went to go and buy before the lockdown, and then thereafter you had to take or buy what you had found in the shops. And then another reason for the dietary intake changes, like I said, from the focus group discussion participants, is the limited resources. There was no money for food. So there was even less money for things like electricity and things that we needed to prepare the food. So those were the main reasons then for the dietary intake changes. Then I said earlier that I also then looked at, were they aware of the institutional support that was available, the food parcels that the institution gave out, and that they utilized the services. So from the results, only 18% of the students were aware that the institution could help them in this way, with some alleviation of their food insecurity. And then only 1% of the students utilized the available support. The focus group participants indicated that the application for them was daunting, that it was a long, difficult application process for them to apply for this assistance, and also that they felt ashamed. They didn't want to be labeled as someone that's poor and cannot afford food. And for that reason, they would rather not reach out for support, being proud. I also did some correlations on the study results. Now, I didn't mention the mental health in this fragment of the study, but I also investigated the students' mental health during this time. And there was a huge correlation between the students' food insecurity and poor mental health. The more food insecure they were, the more or the poorer their mental health was, especially their anxiety, which we can understand. If you don't have food, obviously you will be anxious. Where are you going to go? Where are you going to get it next? How long are you going to sleep hungry? And then the other interesting or noteworthy correlation was that the rural home residences were more food insecure. And we did indicate that those had limited access to some of the electricity and the resources needed, but we also know that often those are also lower income students. Okay. So in conclusion, the environment that resulted during the pandemic negatively impacted the students' nutritional status, especially their food security. And to mitigate this and prevent hunger, the institution should definitely try and increase the awareness as well as the access to the support services that we currently provide. But generally, the study also showed that the proposed guidelines that resulted from the study said that or showed that institutions should go and reflect on their current support service structures and see how effective they are and amend these services to ensure that the students' health and wellness are being maintained during events similar to COVID. Now, I know that not all of us maybe expect a next pandemic, hopefully, but as academics, we also know that this is not the only time that students are forced to evacuate campus. Prof. Latergan spoke about war this morning, but we also know that things like student riots also result in students being at home and studying remotely, which will have similar effects. So that's my story. I think my time's over. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Yonka, for that insightful presentation. Next up is Mr. Ngobeni. He's going to talk about the pharmacological potential of very difficult things I don't even know. So I'll let him do the talking. I try to learn. No, I can't remember now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As I was introduced, my name is Brian Gobeni. I'm going to be presenting to you a paper titled The Pharmacological Potential of Bicaea onopodifolia and Hermania depressa. These are medicinal plants. Right, so whenever there is infection, inflammation is one of the immunological responses, and the same inflation has been linked to various degenerative diseases such as your diabetes, cancer, hypertension, atherosclerosis, and many other diseases caused by oxidative stress. Currently, there are various anti-inflammatory drugs that are used to treat inflammatory disorders, and we also have antibiotics that are also currently being used to treat microbial infections, and also synthetic antioxidants have been developed and are currently being used to treat oxidative stress. However, these drugs are associated with a number of challenges such as high cost purchase, lack of availability, especially for people in rural areas, and development of drug resistant strains when it comes to microbial infections, and also they are associated with side effects, negative side effects. Given the challenges that I displayed in the previous slide, it is very important for us to look for alternatives, alternative treatments for anti-inflammatory disorders, oxidative stress, and microbial infections. So therefore, that is why we currently have a considerable interest in natural resources such as plants to control this human disease. And it has been recorded that 80% of the world's population rely on medicinal plants for their primary healthcare needs, especially even in South Africa, because of the lack of access to healthcare facilities. And also, we know due to our economy, drugs are very expensive, and also people already know by now that synthetic drugs produce negative side effects. So that's why they gravitate a lot towards medicinal plants. So given those reasons, we went and looked for two plants. One of them is Hermania depressa, which is used traditionally to treat abdominal pains during pregnancy, nausea, diarrhea, and sexual transmitted infections. And also, we also looked at Bica onopotifolia is used traditionally to treat sexual transmitted infections, stomach problems, fever, and skin problems. So therefore, the aim of our study is to evaluate the pharmacological potential and to validate the traditional applications of these two plants, which is your Hermania depressa and Bica onopotifolia, by investigating their antimicrobial activity, antioxidant activity, anti-inflammatory, cytotoxic, and their phytochemical profiles. So to achieve the aims and our objectives, we looked, the first thing we did is to collect the plants, and also we subjected them through extraction using the extractants acetone, methanol, and water. And for antimicrobial activity, we used broth microdilution method, and for anti-inflammatory activity and cytotoxicity, we used nitric oxide assay and the MTT assay respectively. And antioxidant activity, for antioxidant activity, we used the DPPH method, and for phytochemical screening, we used the liquid chromatography mass spectrometry. All right, so after performing the microdilution method, we got the results. So our plants, the H. depressa and B. onopotifolia extracts, showed no anti-activity, no antimicrobial activity, moderate antimicrobial activity, and also good antimicrobial activity. So we'll start with the good antimicrobial activity, which was shown by the H. depressa acetone methanol extract, whereby it showed activity against Bacillus bacteria, Candida albicans, and Candida parapsilosis at a minimum inhibitory concentration of 0.3. And the best antimicrobial activity was shown by H. depressa acetone extract, where it showed minimum inhibitory concentration of 0.1. And it is very important for us to also note that H. depressa and B. onopotifolia extracts is acetone and methanol extract showed activity against Neisseria gonorrhoeae and Candida albicans, which are microorganisms that may cause or may be seen in sexual transmitted infection, which is a clear validation of why these plants are used for sexual transmitted infections. Right, so when it comes to anti-inflammatory activity, only two extracts from H. depressa acetone and methanol extracts showed antimicrobial activity, because at the highest concentration they showed more than 50% nitric oxide inhibition. So nitric oxide is one of the inflammatory mediators that are released whenever there is infection. So we also looked into antioxidant activity. So in this case, we found that H. depressa acetone extracts and methanol extracts showed good antioxidant activity as compared more than the one of synthetic antioxidant, which is your ascorbic acid, as I've indicated, the ascorbic acid and Trolox. So we used IC50 because IC50 is the minimum concentration that is required for the antioxidant to engulf DPPH radicals. So therefore, in this case, the lower the the IC50, the good the antioxidant activity. So in this case, that's why we said H. depressor, acetone, and methanol are good antioxidants. So we also looked at the cytotoxicity of the plants as well. As Khadebe mentioned, that it is very important for us to look at the cytotoxicity for us to be able to understand the dosages that are required for us when we consume these plants. So therefore, in our case, we realized that H. depressor, acetone extracts, and methanol, and the methanol extract, and also B on a portfolio acetone extracts showed cytotoxicity against the vero cells, because as the concentration increases, the percentage cell viability decreased lower than 50%. So with the phytochemical screening, we found through the LCMS various compounds of importance, of pharmacological importance from both plants. So these bioactive compounds are known or have been reported to have various pharmacological properties that are important for this study, such as your antimicrobial activity, your antioxidant, your anti-inflammatory, and also the cytotoxicity. So therefore, we can say the biological activities that we have noted in the study might have been caused by the presence of these compounds. So in conclusion, we have noted that H. depressor showed strong antimicrobial activity, anti-inflammatory, and antioxidant activity. And both plants also contain crucial bioactive compounds that contribute to these biological activities. However, these biological activities validate the traditional use of H. depressor and BKR on a portfolio for the treatment of microbial infections, inflammatory disorders, and the diseases caused by oxidative stress. Even though H. depressor showed strong toxic effects against the vero cells, this does not mean that the plant should be avoided or should not be used for the treatment. So therefore, it should be consumed with caution. So in terms of adjusting the dosages and all that. So so it is known that natural extracts usually are not sufficiently effective treatment for clinical illnesses. So therefore, the findings in the study are promising, and therefore further investigation on isolates need to be conducted, of which is something that is currently underway. And we also need to note that these activities, this study is the first to report on the activities of these plants. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ngobeni. That was very interesting. I think the faculty will start selling drugs soon. That third stream income, we've got it. Okay, so next up, we have Miss Makoni Loveness. She's going to talk about medicinal plants used in Zimbabwe for diabetes mellitus, a review of human clinical trials and case reports. Pure English, we can read now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm Loveness Makoni from the Health Sciences Department. I'm presenting to you a paper titled, it's one of my review chapters from the main study, which is focusing on complementary and alternative medicine used for type 2 diabetes mellitus treatment in Harare, Zimbabwe. So the paper is titled Medicinal Plans Used in Zimbabwe for Diabetes Mellitus, a review of human clinical trials and case reports. The need for the study emanates from the prevailing situation pertaining to management of type 2 diabetes and the Zimbabwean perspective on traditional medicine. So current biomedicine management approaches for type 2 diabetes mellitus are limited in terms of effectiveness due possibly to differences in biological makeup, and there is room for progression to complications despite use of advanced methods. Then it's also associated with harmful side effects such as gastrointestinal disorders, weight gain, peripheral edema, headache, high blood pressure, and other disorders. So Zimbabwe recognizes traditional medicine and is seriously considering converging traditional medicine and conventional medicine. And so far, in terms of achievements, they've opened a traditional Chinese medicine center, as shown in that picture, which was launched sometime in 2020, TCM and Acupuncture Center. And plans to open a local medicines clinic are at an advanced stage. Also, anti-diabetic properties of many locally available medicinal plants have been demonstrated through experimental studies, that is in vitro and in vivo studies. However, evidence of efficacy in clinical practice remains limited. Therefore, the study sought to identify experimentally validated medicinal plants found and used in Zimbabwe. Plants whose anti-diabetic potential was recommended through experimental studies. And it also seeks to determine which of the experimentally validated medicinal plants have been employed in clinical evaluation studies, that is clinical trials and or case reports, as well as to identify possible gaps and suggest future research needs. So in terms of methods, this was a mini literature review, non-systematic, explored those indicated databases, Google Scholar, Web of Science, and Sci-Hub. The data collection was conducted between May 2022 and May 2023. Some of the search terms are as indicated: anti-diabetic medicinal plants, type 2 diabetes mellitus treatment, case study, clinical trial in Zimbabwe. And the inclusion criteria: English language publications, experimental studies, clinical studies, and case reports, published anytime until May 23, and they being plans, reporting on plans found and used in Zimbabwe. Exclusion: non-English studies and plans that were not validated through experimental studies. The findings were, as indicated, 7 families, or plans from those indicated 7 families were identified, and as you can see, the Asteraceae and Fabaceae families were mostly used, and the others also commonly used in that order. So a total of 27 studies was selected, being 22, they were selected being 22 clinical trials and 5 experimental studies, and 29 validated medicinal plants were identified, and 22 of these plants, mostly from the Asteraceae family, were only validated through experimental studies, while 7 plants had both experimental validation and also clinical evaluation validation. So the 7 plants that were confirmed through clinical trials were Moringa oleifera, Psididium guajava, ginger, lemon, buffalo thorn, those plants. And then they were supported by a number of studies as indicated, and location of study, you can see that only one was conducted from an African country, that is Mali. The rest, they were from Eastern and Western countries, and none from Zimbabwe, even though they were testing or working on plants found and used in Zimbabwe. Then in terms of anti-diabetic activity, all plants were confirmed to have anti-diabetic properties such as hypoglycemic, anti-hyperlipidemia, insulin modification ability, anti-inflammatory properties, and all those properties as indicated. Then in summary, the study findings revealed that only a few of the many scientifically evaluated anti-diabetic medicinal plants have been medically evaluated, suggesting the need for local clinical evaluation studies to help confirm and boost confidence for immediate integration into the mainstream. No case reports were found. Although clinical trials are considered to be of high evidence-based, in terms of complementary medicine, case reports were shown to be more informative because they are personalized and so they are valuable. So practitioners who are already using these medicinal plants are encouraged to document and publish case reports so that they may help add to the evidence. It was also shown that the translation of clinical trial evidence is lacking in clinical practice. So after experimental validation, there's an implementation gap. Since the safety and efficacy of these plants have been highlighted in the reviewed clinical evaluation studies, these medicinal plants can therefore be safely recommended for immediate integration by physicians into mainstream practice to improve diabetes management outcomes and speed up regularization of local medicinal plants. And in terms of regularization, there is what they are now calling the zero-phase trials instead of clinical trials, because the clinical trials are more suited to pharmaceutical drugs rather than medicinal plants or natural medicine. So zero-phase trials are recommended, and also case reports are warranted on experimentally evaluated medicinal plants. Those are some of my references, and I would like to acknowledge NRF and CUT for funding the study. That's my contact. Thank you for the opportunity to present.
All right, okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Loveness. That was very interesting. I just saw aloe vera and weight loss, so we'll chat during lunch. We always need tips. I'm going to request that you please hold on to your questions for the presenters. We are quickly going to have a presentation by one of the sponsors, apparently. It's AEC Amesham. I hope I'm saying it right. Yes. She's traveling, so I'm not sure if she has arrived or she's no, they were asking about Sibele. She's apparently traveling somewhere, so we're not sure if she has arrived. Are you checking for a seat? Okay, she's quickly gonna check for us.
It's also this two. It's a short key. And then also gives.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the invite. This is not my specialty. I do not speak. I'm an exhibitor. I assist people like you that do research in giving them the products they need to do their research. I'm a lab person myself. I'm a hematology specialist. I have 10 years in diagnostic laboratory experience and almost 4 years in research. I've been with AC Amersham for 4 years now. I'm in sales and I'm a product specialist for life sciences. So basically, my duty today is to introduce the company to you guys, because I am aware that you guys are not really familiar with what we do, and you're not even aware that we are part of CUT, the database, the ordering system, and everything else that has to do with acquiring products and laboratory equipment. So AC Amersham basically is a laboratory supply company. We are owned by Nexa, and then our sister company is NTP, which is a company that produces isotopes. So initially, the company was known for producing isotopes for cancer testing, and AC Amersham was created to now supply the radioisotopes to doctors that are dealing with cancer research. We do produce specifically prostate cancer treatment and other cancers as well. So my specialty is in life sciences, as I said, and we are well versed in territories that have to do with food and feed testing. I've heard a couple of researchers speaking about this. So we have partnered with our Biofarm and also with Biorad in food testing as well. We are also in research laboratories, as I said. We do supply water testing samples, water testing bottles, we supply pipettes, we supply tips. So basically what we do, we supply everything and anything that a laboratory personnel would require to do their testing processes. Okay, as my boss would like to say, funnily jokingly, we are the ShopRite of laboratory supply. Whatever you need, we can get for you. And the nice part is we are part of your database. All right, so these are a couple of things that we do sell at AC Amersham. We do sell testing kits, we do sell pipettes, as I said, packaging bottles, centrifuges as well. We sell fridges, we sell everything. We are ShopRite, we just ShopRite. I'm just gonna move swiftly right along for you guys to see the couple of pictures that we do also sell as well. But this is just a summary of everything I've said, a visual presentation. So that's just everything that we supply. Our main supplier is Thermo Fisher Scientific. I'm not sure if you're aware of the company, but we are the distributors for Thermo Fisher Scientific products. Okay, so this is just everything. Thank you. That is it. And if anyone has questions, I'll be sitting in front. Oh, there's another one as well that has to do with laboratory identification. So this is more, yes, this is more for the GCLP and the GLP requirements that have to do with laboratories. No, I don't think it's a video. Okay, there we go. It's not, all right. So basically, this part of my presentation is just to assist. After you've done your collection of your samples and everything, this part of the presentation is to just guide you in sampling and identification of your samples. We produce labels that can withstand any temperatures, be it that you need to store it in liquid nitrogen, be it that you have to pass it through chemicals, be it that you have to now freeze them. This is where we come in. We've partnered with Brady. We are the sole suppliers in SA for Brady samples. And we also do supply printers that have to do with laboratory identification systems. So this is just a summary. As I said, I am sitting at the front if anyone has any questions. I will not take up any more time. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you for the invite, and we really appreciate the invite. Thank you so much.
Yeah, she's available to present. Is Stefan going to help? The Ms. Sibelogo is able to join us now, so we just need to get her online. I think she's going to assist with that one. Then we can do the Q questions afterwards. Tusa, you have to fix it. Stefan, I have Martin for stuff like this. Yeah, I just say Martin. Where's Stefan? Stefan, save me. I need to be a co-host, please. Yo. Oh, Stefan, Ida's asking to be made a co-host. Ask to
Where's her?
start what ones?
Where is she?
She's there. Lower hand. Okay, tell Ida we are helping her. There
Good afternoon, colleagues. Can you hear me?
Will you please email us your presentation, or do you have it? She
I
can't
have
share
a
it
pres-
because she's not co-host.
You can make me a co-host, Dr. Lebogang.
The
If you go
problem
to
is, Stefan has left with the key, so we can't open the vein. So we need maybe to project from this side of, so that we can sort it out from that angle. Then you can tell us move on and so on.
Okay, and you can't try under participants here by Zoom.
No.
Stefan has locked it. Reclaim host. Yay! Let's not break it. Stop it. Martin.
Oh, Stefan.
Okay, Stefan is the host now.
Yes, he's coming. He's
Oh, he's
on the way.
coming.
Yes.
Is he doing it from somewhere?
No, Q&A.
Because now it says Stefan something. Yeah.
Dr. D,
Yes.
that computer is now the host. So if you go to participants, you will see my name and you will see there are 3 dots. If you right click on the dots, you can make me a co-host.
Make co-host. Yes. Oh, look at us.
Thank you so much.
Are you sorted now?
I am sorted.
I'm scared to click on anything. Just now I break it.
Okay.
She must do it now. Show your video, Ida.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So
You know,
we are back in business. Okay, we're handing over to Dr. Ida Sebelego to please present for us. I'm also not gonna read this one.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Ida Keisha Sebelego, and I will be presenting some of the data from one of the hospitals that participated in my PhD study. And the title of my topic is Size-Specific Dose Estimates for Computed Tomography Cancer Patients at the Oncology Hospital. So, diagnostic reference levels has been introduced in 1996 by the International Commission of Radiological Protection, and it is specifically used as a tool to optimize ionizing radiation dose for medical imaging procedures. Now, CT or computed tomography, it uses high radiation doses compared to other diagnostic modalities in radiography. Thus, optimization in CT is very vital, especially for the most commonly performed examinations. Now, the CT dose quantities that are normally used to establish the DRL values is the volumetric computed tomography dose index, or known as the CTDI-vol, and the dose length product, which is the DLP. Now, this information you will normally get on the dose report of a CT of a specific patient that you can see in the image that I've just shown. However, it is important to take note that the DLP and the CTDI-vol, they do not take into consideration the size of a patient because they are basically calculated based on a phantom. Now, the American Association of Physicists in Medicine, they have introduced size-specific dose estimates, which can be used to determine diagnostic reference levels based on the size of a patient. However, the SSDE is not widely used because it does not show on the CT dose report. Now, there are different size-related parameters that can be used for to calculate SSDE. Now, the AAPM has provided information regarding the anterior-posterior dimension, lateral dimension, the sum dimension, and the effective diameter. However, articles published by other authors, they have provided information how to calculate the SSDE based on the BMI of a patient. Now, many countries, they have set DRL values for CT based on anatomical structures like, for example, CT head or CT chest. And some also have established anatomical DRL values based on the size-specific dose estimates. However, they did not take into consideration the clinical indication for the DRLs because different protocols are required for different clinical indications. For example, if a patient comes for renal stones, where they check for stones, then you normally will do one scan phase. Whereas if a patient is coming for cancer, for example, 2 scan phases or even 3 might be required. So DRL values that are not based on a clinical indication have little significance as stated by the ICRP. Therefore, the aim of my study was to develop clinical DRLs for CT, chest, abdomen, pelvis examinations based on the SSDE using the 5 different size-related parameters. Ethical approval was obtained from the study. My sample size included patients 18 years and older and only patients who were scheduled for chest, abdomen, pelvis examinations. And data was collected at this specific institution from March 2021 until June 2021. There was a total of 201 patients for the study. I used a convenient sampling technique to select my patients as well as to select the hospital. And then I used a stratified sampling technique in order to stratify my data into BMI classes according to number scan of phases and also according to the different types of cancers. Then the scale that was used to measure or obtain the BMI of the patients was calibrated by the National Meteorology Institute of South Africa before data was collected. Then a quantitative structured data recording tool was used to obtain information from the CT unit as well as from for the specific patients that were involved in the study. No names of patients were recorded. I used a unique number for each one of them. Then after the study of each patient, I obtained the DICOM images of these patients, and then I used a DICOM viewer micro DICOM in order to measure the AP and lateral dimensions using electronic calipers. And then in order to calculate the SSDE, I used the conversion factors published by the AAPM as well as O'Neill et al. And then just below, you can see the equation that is normally used to determine the conversion factor. To determine the SSDE. So it's the conversion factor that you get from one of the measurements like the AP, the lateral, or the BMI, times the CTDI-vol that you will find on the dose report that will give you the SSDE for a specific patient. So all the data of all the patients were transferred into Microsoft Excel, correlations were determined, and then from the number of patients, then the 75th percentiles were calculated in order for the DRL values. And then the Krasko-Wallis test was used to determine if there was any significant differences among the size-related parameters, the BMI categories, the specific cancers, as well as the number of scan sequences. And I also used the Spearman correlation coefficient to determine the correlations for my specific study. So these are the results. So as you can see, The most common clinical indication at this hospital was cancer. So all of the patients came for either cancer to determine if the patient has cancer or to see the progression of the cancer. And then as the table shows, you see the different size-rated parameters, and then you can see for non-specific weight. So all the patients, what were the DRLs, and then I also categorized it according to their BMIs. There were no patients for underweight patients, and then as you can see, from normal weight to obese, the dose increased. There was a strong positive correlation noted amongst all the cancers, and there was also significant differences noted for the different BMI categories. Then also, I looked at the number of scan sequences. So the majority of scan sequences were 2 scan sequences. As you can see, it was 181 patients. And then there were 3 scan sequences, which were 20 patients. There was also significant differences noted between those 2 scan sequences based on the BMI of the SSDE. Then no significant
5
differences.
minutes, Ida, sorry.
Okay.
5 minutes, sorry.
Thank you. Then no significant differences were noted for the specific cancers. So the majority of the cancers were breast cancer, and then the others were categorized according to the female reproductive system, and then also to the GITs. So this was the first set of DRLs that has been published and compiled internationally based on the clinical DRL values, and also based on the SSDE for the 5 size-rated parameters, and based on the different BMI classifications of the patients. And is also the first set of DRLs at the specific hospital. Now, the same protocol and anatomical structures was used for all the cancers. And because the same protocol was used, it's understandable that there was no significant differences noted amongst the cancers. Then also, as seen, the DRLs that were calculated for the majority was for 2 scan sequences, which included the arterial and the portovenous phase. And there was also significant differences noted, as could be seen from the results, between the 2 scan sequences and the 3 scan sequences, which clearly shows the importance of calculating DRL's values based also on the number of scan sequences. There were different DRLs for the different cancers, for the various size-rated parameters, but there was no significant differences between them. And also there was a strong positive correlation between the size-related parameters, which clearly indicates then you can actually use any size-related parameter to calculate the SSDE. However, the BMI is the best option to go because there is little to no room for inter-observer variability. Now, it's important to note that if you want to calculate DRL values, there must be at least 20 to 30 patients for that specific category. Therefore, as you could see in my results, I couldn't calculate DRLs for underweight patients because there were only 16 of those patients. And I also couldn't calculate DRL values for cancers such as pineal or pancreas because there were also a little number of patients for that specific cancer. Generally, as the BMI of the patients increased, the SSD also increased, and also the results. So there was significant differences. Once again, showing or emphasizing the importance of calculating DRL values also based on the different BMI classifications. So the DRL values of this study based on the clinical indication and the BMI can then be used as a tool to further optimize dose for different patient sizes. So there were limitations for this study, specifically in relation to this hospital. There were less than 20 patients for certain cancers, and there were also less than 20 patients for underweight patients. And also, only 1 oncology department actually participated in this study. His recommendations: future studies on calculating clinical DRL values could be based on underweight patients, and it could also include a larger variety of different cancers. So in conclusion, any size-rated parameter can be used to calculate DRLs using the SSDE, but the BMI is the best parameter to use because there is little to no inter-observer variability. No baseline DRL values are currently present at the specific oncology hospital, so my results can be used as a baseline. And then the regular dose optimization should be implemented at a hospital to ensure that optimal imaging during CT examinations are always maintained. These are the references that I use for this specific presentation. I would just like to take the opportunity to acknowledge my promoters, Dr. Achu, Dr. Van der Merwe, and Prof. Ray, for all their assistance and guidance during this journey of mine. the oncology hospital, specifically the radiographers and the nurse that I was working with. Then also I received funding from the joint collaboration project between CUT and the University of the Free State, which is called Radiation Protection Improvement in South Africa. I also received funding from NRF, from Tutuka Grant, DHEAD, CUT, and I also received funding from the IAEA in order to attend the international conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Ida. Ida, please stay online because it's the question and answer session. I'm going to request Dr. Libil to please do the running osteoporosis. Won't let me. Should we start with the adjudicators again? Oh, can I ask the speakers to please come to the front? Yay. I was going to answer. That was not gonna work. Do you want me to mess your study? I will not do a good job. Is there a question from the adjudicators? Oh, there's one.
Okay, we'll start with you, ma'am, then to the gentleman, and okay.
Thank you. All protocol duly observed. My question goes to Ngombeni. You talk about these plants and you determine the toxicity, and you mentioned that you use ethanol. My question is, what is the concentration of the ethanol that you use? And how are you sure that it's not the effect that you see is not the effect of ethanol rather than the plant?
Thank you for the question. We used 80% ethanol, and then we made sure that we used the 80% ethanol as one of the controls during the practicals, and it didn't show any activities. I mean, it didn't. I mean, it didn't show that the cells were really the inhibition was caused by the ethanol because it was used as one of the controls. Yes.
So what's the plan going forward with the, are you going to test it on animal or?
Okay, for now, as I've mentioned in the presentation, I said we are currently doing isolation. We're on the isolation of compounds processes. And then from there, once we know the activities of the compounds, that's when we'll see in terms of moving forward. I'm not sure if we'll test this on animals, but the plan really it's around those lines in terms of drug development.
Then you mentioned, I'm not sure, just correct me if I'm wrong, you mentioned you tested it on viral cells?
Yes, yes.
Okay, did you determine the TI?
What's that?
Therapeutic index?
I have, but it's not the part of the presentation. I forgot. I didn't include it in the presentation, but we have.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I just have a comment for each of you. For Dr. Junga, it's just a comment. Thank you for reminding us about the existence of poverty and how it manifests. You just reminded me of some student who said he or she survives by taking, Sprite bottle, green one, pours water inside, then goes to buy magwinya, fat cooks, then eat confidently among others. He'll eat in public confidently. But the impression to the world is that this person is taking magwinya and Sprite, but it will be magwinya and water to to show how poverty can go to the extent and how people can mitigate it. So thank you for reminding us that. Then, Mr. Ngoveni, I wanted just to know from you, H. depressor, its active ingredient, is it, can it be traced to any pharmaceutical medicine as we know them at the moment currently? Is there any evidence? Or then to Makoni, can you just clarify the issue of curing and managing, whether those medicinal plants are curing diabetes or they are just to mitigate, and while it's just controlling it, so to say? Thank you.
Okay, to answer you, H. depressor, there are limited studies, conducted for now when it comes to H. depressor. So there are no drugs or anything in the market relating to H. depressor. So that's why we are pushing a lot to conduct these studies, so that maybe we can come up with something new, as maybe a new agent, in future from the plant.
Thank you for the question. Yes, medicinal plants are curative. They have the ability to regenerate cells. They have the ability even to reverse the insulin resistant state, so that insulin action, because when one is diabetic, during the state of insulin resistance, insulin is not able to do its job of allowing glucose to enter into the cell. So herbs have got that ability to reverse that condition and bring it back to normal. Unlike the pharmaceutical options, they only manage and control and just suppress the symptoms, but without addressing the root cause. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Two questions to two of the participants. First, Mevrouw Jonker. Mevrouw Jonker, you haven't had a question yet, so I felt you shouldn't feel out. You mentioned that there was a difference between the results of your questionnaires versus the results of the focus groups. So I don't know if you mentioned it, but I just wanted to find out what type of sampling technique was used for the two different approaches.
Remember, it was COVID, so I had to work with what I had. Sampling, with the questionnaires, there was no sampling. I used the entire population with hoping to get as much information as possible. And then random sampling from the classes that was part of the population was then included in the focus groups, but the focus group participation was very poor. We know that the students did not really have data, and which they had, they rather used for studies and communication. So the focus group data was merely to provide some more qualitative information on the findings that I got from the questionnaires, which was actually the main data that I collected.
I was just wondering, might the sampling have had an influence?
Yes, and it was, and if I can just continue, the difference was only with the dietary intake, specifically relating to a healthier or less healthy diet, where the focus group participants said that they had less healthy diets, reverting to binge eating and increasing starch intake in things like cheaper starch, easier cooking, things like noodles, whereas the questionnaire participants just said their starch intake were maintained. So it was not in all the results that there was this difference.
Thank you. And the next question to, I don't know, is it Mrs. or Dr. Makoni? Yes, I just wanted to find out, the clinical trials that you showed here were all in different countries. I can't even remember if there was, I think there was one in Africa. So for my personal interest, I just wanted to find out, does the geological location of where these plants grow have any influence
Thank you. Yes, the geological or location has got influence because due to differences in climatic conditions and so forth. So it will be helpful to have similar studies conducted locally to confirm the efficacy because it varies depending on location. Thank you.
Right. Dr. Mchongwe,
Eh,
just to let you know that we haven't forgotten our participants online. I think there's 7 of them, and there's something in the chat box as well. I don't know if it's a question or comment. And then my question goes to Dr. Sibelejo. Dr. Sibelejo, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, how's the weather where you are?
It's extremely hot in Kimberley.
All right, thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. Well done to all the presenters. First, a comment to I think Mrs. Makoni. Thank you for that presentation. It was interesting to see that nothing has really been done in Zimbabwe and not much in Africa as well. So I was inspired actually to think this is an interesting topic to explore probably in Namibia. So thank you for inspiring such a research. Then more for a question for Dr. Yonka. I don't know if I missed the definition of food security. Probably you can just explain to us, and give us a definition, because then that leads to my question, which has to do with the factors that were linked to food security that you described. I was a bit confused, my understanding of food security and the factors that were described. So probably maybe you can start with that and then again link that with the factors that you found in your study. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, I did in the introduction briefly touched on the definition. It is having food access and availability that is nutritious food specifically and at all times. And your second question, sorry. You want me to go back to the presentation?
How does it link to the factors? I got that.
These. The reasons that they stated for being food insecure.
Yes. Yeah, because for me, my thinking, maybe my thinking is narrow, but being psychological reasons, would that be the psychological reason make someone food insecure? And also, let me see, there was another one that caught my attention as well. Limited time. Would limited time make a person food insecure? So I was failing to grasp some of these reasons with the definition of food insecurity, but maybe if you explain,
Okay.
I'll
No,
get clarity.
Let me quickly explain. Due to time, it's so difficult to cover everything in detail. Psychological reasons refer mainly to mental health, and it links well with the limited time. Remember when I said that there's a lot of students that had no caretakers at home. So mentally, they were not feeling well, they were depressed, they did not get up, they did not cook, they did not have food. They did not feel like working and doing extra jobs to get more food in. And with the limited time, especially due to the study load, a lot of them are actually the breadwinners. So there was less time to do jobs and less time to generate the income, as well as less time to cook for yourself. So even if there was food, the access to it was less. So there's maybe a bit more thought into it than just having a table like that.
I think we are all ready for a lunch break now.
Now my alarm has been buzzing. I need to take my meds.
Okay, all right. We just have certificates to thank our participants for being with us today. For Miss Makoni. Oh, it's written somewhere. Hey, you see? For Miss Makoni, thank you so much. And then for Mr. Ngubeni, we thank you. Oh, that was take a picture.
Oh, I think
Yes, thank you, Anita. Thank you so much. They will just smile for their picture. I think we will be back at what, 13:45? Are they going to kill me? Sorry. Thank you so much.
Let's thank you. We have lunch for 30 minutes, so we'll be back at 1:45 here outside. But facilities is coming to switch on the aircon here so that at least we can have a comfortable space. So those who can run quickly can get the tables there while it's still nicely air conditioned. The rest of you will come here and then eat here, please. It's hot in here. Sorry about that. We are sorting that out. Thank you so much. Sure. Is it 40 minutes? It's the Eid. Near and the Eid. Okay, like the Maviana. Check on your program. Is it? But this is how many? Is it 1 hour? Yeah, it's 1 hour. It's not in 1 hour. But now we need to make up for lost time.
Is that the aircon?
No, not him. At some point, we need to make up for time.
What I'm saying is
Yes,
it shouldn't
Try make it
be
45.
2 o'clock. Yeah. You cannot have half an hour lunch. I have to go and fetch my car, that's it.
Okay, Jerome, okay. I'll tell everybody.
Precisely.
Oh, okay. And they're very short. I think we are still different time, but we cannot come at 2.
Penny lona ya rasa. Maria Teresa. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the session. It's really shocking that before lunch we were twice the numbers that we are right now. And I was just having a conversation with Libelo right now that the same applies to our politicians, because prior to the elections, they will come to your house and then you'll see them 5 years after that. So without wasting any time, welcome back to session 3, which will be under the emerging researchers. And unfortunately, I'm not Dr. Liana. She's very charismatic. Yes. I go by Maleke, and for my session, we'll only have 2 speakers. And one of them is Dr. Ojo, and her presentation is on lactic acid production from waste products. For each speaker, as it shows here, you are only allowed 15 minutes. And since it's rugby season, if you are over your time, I'm going to tackle you off the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, I am Ojo A.O. The title of my talk this afternoon is Lactic Acid Production from Waste. What's going on? These are the contents of my talk. I'll start with a brief introduction. Lactic acid is an organic acid that can be produced through chemical route or a microbial fermentative route. Lactic acid exists in L form, as you can see here, and in D form. It can also exist in the racemic mixture, a mixture of L and D. Lactic acid is used in various sectors. It is used in food and industrial biotechnology sectors. It is used in biomedicine and bio-based technology. There is high demand of lactic acid due to the fact that it is used in producing polylactic acid. Polylactic acid is used in various sectors, like it is used to produce prosthetics, dental sutures, and so on. Using renewable resources such as lignocellulose for production of lactic acid is cheaper than using refined sugars. We have different sources of lignocellulose. These include agricultural residues, forest and biomass, food waste, agro waste, industrial waste, and municipal solid waste. Also, using lignocellulose, it reduces the issue of environmental management, and it also reduces greenhouse gas and pollutant emissions. This promotes sustainable development goal 13. In our project, what we did is a proof of concept project. What we did was we selected some waste products. These include SCOBY, which is the waste product of kombucha fermentation. So we also selected brewer spent grain, which is lignocellulose. So here, lignocellulose contains lignin, as you can see here. It protects hemicellulose and cellulose. Hemicellulose and cellulose are carbohydrates. These two are the ones that we need to generate sugars. The thing with lignocellulose is that before you can access the carbohydrates, you need to disrupt lignin. So this leads to us using pretreatment methods. We have different types or methods of pretreatment methods. These include biological pretreatment methods, physical, chemical, and nano technology pretreatment methods. As for lignocellulose, For us to use this to produce lactic acid, it has got 4 different routes. This includes, as I've mentioned earlier on, pretreatment, and then followed by hydrolysis of either hemicellulose or cellulose. As for hemicellulose, we always use hemicellulosis, and for cellulose, we use cellulases. During the hydrolysis, sugar is released. For hemicellulose, we have pentose being released, and then for cellulose, we have glucose released. Then after that, the capable microorganism ferments the sugar, producing lactic acid. So for us to obtain pure lactic acid, it needs to undergo purification. As for SCOBY, SCOBY is pure cellulose. We don't need to pretreat. So we hydrolyze this, and then from there, glucose is generated. Then we have the same process. We have the capable microorganisms fermenting glucose to produce lactic acid. So there are some challenges in fermentative lactic acid production, mainly the cost of lactic acid production. So this includes high cost of refined sugars, high cost of culture media components, high cost of hydrolytic enzymes, and in some cases too, the pretreatment methods might introduce some inhibitors which can affect the fermentation process. As a result of this brings us to the aim of our studies, which was to produce L-lactic acid from waste products at a reduced cost. I should mention something. L-lactic acid is more desirable in the sense that the human body can metabolize this, unlike D-lactic acid. So the objectives are to hydrolyze BSG and SCOBY, their waste products, using cost-effective enzyme, glucoamylase, and the expensive one, Celluclast. Second, substitution of yeast extract with brewer's yeast and brewer's spent grain. I will explain that later. Then the third one was to ferment the generated sugars using Lactobacillus rhamnosus and Lactobacillus plantarum. We did some preliminary work. So in case you wonder how did we arrive at this concentration, so table 1 presents the hydrolysis of BSG and SCOBY setup. So as for BSG, we used glucoamylase instead of Celluclast. For SCOBY, we used Celluclast. Briefly, as for BSG, we dried BSG, the moist BSG, for 24 hours. We milled it. Is our pretreatment method, physical pretreatment method. This one will not introduce any inhibitor. So followed by the addition of phosphate buffered saline. Then we adjusted the pH to 5.5. We added glucoamylase and incubated for 12 hours at 55 degrees. After that, it was allowed to cool down. The BSG liquid hydrolysate that contains the sugar was retained for fermentation. As I mentioned earlier on, SCOBY doesn't need any pretreatment method. What we did was we added a buffer. We adjusted the pH to 5.5, and then we added Celluclast. The incubation was at 45 degrees for 12 hours. We allowed it to cool down, and we separated the SCOBY liquid hydrolysate. Then before I go further, after this, for both BSG hydrolysate and SCOBY, it deactivated. So now, regarding the media components, we prepared 3 different media components. The one is MRS. MRS has got all the components of MRSF, but it also has glucose and yeast, which is the nitrogen source. Then the MRSF has got all these components except for yeast extract and glucose. MRSF-BY has got all the components of MRSF, but we added yeast extract as the nitrogen source. So table 3 represents the fermentation experiment using BSG and SCOBY hydrolysate. So as you can see here, we have the different experiments with different media components. Then we also have the positive controls. These positive controls are the MRSF that has got refined sugars and yeast extracts. we made the negative control too. So, as I've mentioned earlier on, for each experiment, is either we have MRSF or MRSF BY or MRSF with milled BSG, which serves as the nitrogen source. Then we have the hydrolysate, either BSG or SCOBY hydrolysate. Then we added Lactobacillus rhamnosus or Lactobacillus plantarum. For B, we have our positive controls, MRS broth with rhamnosus or plantarum. Then this is the negative control. The negative control is still has got MRSF broth, but it doesn't have any culture. While the other negative control has got MRSF BY hydrolysate and BY plus BSG and SCOBY hydrolysate. So sampling was done for every 1 hour for 24 hours, and we analyzed organic acids and sugars. So you may wonder, why did we select just few samples just to save cost? Because it's a proof of concept, project. So based on this bacterial cell count, we decided to select 0 hour sample, 6, 16, and 24 hour samples for LCMS analysis. So as for hydrolysis results, we could see that glucoamylase worked very well on BSG, on hydrolyzing BSG, while SCOBY2 why Celluclas hydrolyzed SCOBY. So here you can see table 4. We have different concentrations of glucose. So when we checked, the result of LCMS showed different concentrations of lactic acid. If you can look at this graph, we can see that the refined sugar gave us the highest concentrations of lactic acid, followed by BSG that has got brewer's yeast. For clarity, what we did here was we compared the percentage. And for our MRSP that has got that was fermented with rhamnosus, it has the highest lactic acid concentration. So comparing BSG and SCOBY, we could see that BSG fermented by Lactobacillus rhamnosus produced 81.41% of lactic acid of what the positive control produced, unlike lactic acid produced by SCOBY, which was just 64%. Then I should mention something here. We could also see that it seems Lactobacillus rhamnosus is better, it can better ferment sugar compared to Lactobacillus rhamnosus. To conclude, BSG is a better alternative feedstock for lactic acid production compared to SCOBY. Then glucoamylase can be used to replace Celluclas. We checked very well the amount of the price of glucoamylase. Glucoamylase is just 100 and something rand, but the other one is 2,000 plus, the Celluclas. So we can see that yes, we can reduce the cost of lactic acid production. Brewer's yeast too is a cheaper nitrogen source, which can be replaced with then we can replace yeast extract for culture media. Lactobacillus rhamnosus is more effective than Lactobacillus plantarum in BBY fermentation experiment. To sum this up, replacing yeast extract with brewer's yeast, replacing refined sugar with BSG, and replacing the expensive enzyme with glucoamylase offers a cost-effective lactic acid production. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Dr. Ojo, for a great presentation. So the next speaker will be Mani Law, and the title is A South African Perspective on the Microbiological and Chemical Quality of Meat. a plausible public health implications.
Thank you for the opportunity. All protocols duly observed. I'm Christine Manilo, and I'm going to talk to us at this moment on the title, A South African Perspective on the Microbiological and Chemical Quality of Meat, Plausible Public Health Implications. I want to highlight here that it's a general review of animal farming in South Africa. It wasn't a systematic review. My presentation will be guided by this outline. South Africa is amongst the countries projected to contribute to total increase in meat consumption. Both formal and informal sectors deal with meat sales in South Africa. Meat can be contaminated by microbes during processing at different stages. Owing to the composition of meat, it serves as a medium for the growth of microorganisms. Thus, meat and meat-based products are major reservoirs for microbes. South Africa adopts intensive farming to address heightened demand in meat and its product. This implies the application of huge quantities of antibiotics to reduce or to prevent diseases and to enhance productivity. And this may lead to the accumulation of antibiotic resistance in the meat, as well as lead to the indirect development of antibiotic resistance. Therefore, meat safety based on microbial and chemical contamination of meat becomes a critical or a crucial issue. Microbiological analysis is an established tool in monitoring the safety and quality of meat and its product. Against this background, our studies sought to compile information on the microbiological and the chemical quality of meat in South Africa by investigating through these specific areas, the type of animal farming and the associated microbes, chemical contamination of the meat, factors responsible for the discrepancies in antibiotic resistance between the provinces, origin and dissemination of antibiotic resistance via animal farming, and the public health implications of consuming microbial antibiotic contaminated meat. Different studies were surveyed through using different search engines, including PubMed, Science Direct, Corpus, and Google Scholar. Different keywords were used, different phrases were used that related to the topic in order for us to collect salient information. The first figure highlights that poultry farming, like any other African country, poultry farming is conducted in South Africa, and they use methods like intensive, semi-intensive, and extensive methods. And the poultry farming can be carried out on small scale or on large scale on commercial purposes. Poultry farming involves the domestication of chicken, turkeys, geese, or pigeons, where at the end you can have eggs or meat, but our study is focused on meat. Poultry farming, chicken is the most preferred protein in most of the South African their dishes, because it takes 6 weeks for less than 6 weeks for its production, and it contributes more than 60% of the total meat consumption in South Africa. The second is livestock farming, where pigs, cattle, sheep, and goats are reared. But we are going to emphasize on cattle and pigs, and we see that the pigs that are reared, they differ in their weight, and they are used for different purposes. Our key findings is on the microbiological aspect of the meat, microbiological contamination of the meat. We are talking about the types of animal farming and the microorganisms associated to them. As you can see on the table, there are a vast number of microbes that are present in meat when meat is contaminated. But I narrowed down our table, selecting specific studies in order to bring out the trend of the findings that we got. The data was on a huge table, but I had to reduce it to bring the specific studies that we got a trend that follows throughout the study. As you can see, we have Campylobacter, Salmonella, we have Staphylococcus aureus, we have Yersinia, we have Listeria, E. coli, and others. You can see from the different provinces that when it comes to a particular organism, the prevalence of contamination, it varies. It varies with the region, like let me say the province where the study was conducted. We can see for Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, and Northwest on Salmonella, we can say the prevalence is differed. As for Yersinia enterocolitica, there is a sparsity of information on this organism. The differences the difference in the prevalence of the different bacteria can be associated to different hygienic and sanitation conditions, the environment where the animal was slaughtered, the quality of the water that was used in processing, handling at the retail shops, the sampling method and the size of the sample that was used, and the sampling season. Table 2 gives us the prevalence of drug-resistant bacterial pathogens recovered from animal farming in South Africa. We know that South Africa has been recorded as one of the contributors to the total increase in meat consumption. So for the farmers to meet this heightened demand, they had to implement huge quantities of antibiotics through intensive farming. So this table shows the prevalence of multi-drug resistant bacteria that were identified in meat samples in different provinces. You can see the prevalence rate range from 39 to 100, depending on the organism, and also depending on the sample. In this study, we had to implement animal farming. We did not use only meat. We had to implement the animal physics. We had to implement the transport in which the animals were carried, because One Health approach makes us understand that if you want to mitigate antimicrobial resistance, you have to handle it through environmental, through food, and through human, because they are interconnected. It cannot be, one compartment cannot be separated from the other. Whatever affects the human population, it will affect animals, it will affect plants and the environment. They are interconnected. We'll go to the factors that may be responsible for the differences in the prevalence of multi-drug resistant bacteria across the provinces of South Africa. There can be geological factors. We know that the topography of South Africa, it varies. We have arid to semi-arid regions. Even the climate, it varies from subtropical to temperate. So depending on the province, we know it depends on the province and the population in that province, because the population varies from province to province, as well as even the four seasons of the climate. The magnitude, it varies from province to province, depending on the population, anthropogenic genic activities of the population, and the behavior of the people. So it will affect the prevalence of the multi-drug resistant bacteria. The other factor is a political and economic factor. Poor governance and lack of infrastructure pertaining to adequate sanitation and hygiene can cause an increase in the prevalence of multi-drug resistant bacteria, because lack of good sanitation, lack of good hygienic condition, it can cause diarrhea infections that may be treated, that has to be treated with antimicrobials. And we know that antibiotic resistance is as a result of antibiotic use. It develops over time. The other factor is between the provinces. South Africa operates a federal system where the provincial government, it decides the health priorities of that province. So if there's lack of surveillance on antimicrobial consumption and surveillance of antibiotic resistance, is also going to skyrocket the prevalence of multi-drug resistant bacteria. The other factors are the social factors, like poor education and lack of awareness. Poverty may cause people to resort to self-medication or borrow medications from their neighbors, or go to buy over-counter drugs at unregulated dispensaries. And we are also very clear with the fact that South Africa embraces a traditional medicine practitioners as part of their health care. So, but this practice, it varies from province to province. So it will also affect the prevalence. Sorry. The next factor is individual perception. The knowledge, the attitude, and the practice towards antibiotic use and the ways of management of waste, it also varies. We are individuals who vary in our behavior, in our perception of things. So even though the government has given a regulation on the antibiotics that must be employed in animal farming, but based on people's perception and their behavior, they can abuse or misuse antibiotics. It can also cause the difference in the prevalence level. In animal farming, figure 4 tells us how antibiotic resistance originates in animal farming. In animal farming, there's abuse and misuse of drugs because, like I said before, the knowledge, the attitude of a farmer, it differs between individuals. So even if there are stated regulations concerning the use of antibiotics, people may differ from that. So it can bring about antibiotic resistance. Also, they employ antibiotics at optimal level for increasing in productivity to meet the increased demand of the population. Also, during animal farming, like in poultry farming, there's supposed to be the observation of the withdrawal period before the chicken is being slaughtered. You are supposed to observe the withdrawal period to allow the antibiotics to allow the antibiotics not to be found in the meat in such a way that there's a residual limit of the antibiotics that has to be found in the muscles or the meat before it is being sent out to the population. So following all this, humans can develop antibiotic resistance by consuming contaminated meat if the meat has antibiotic residues. As you take it over time, antibiotic resistance it develops over time. As you take it, as you take the minute quantities of antibiotics over time, it accumulates, and then the microorganisms in the bacteria or the microorganisms that is found in humans can develop antibiotic resistance. Also, animals, they excrete. They don't metabolize antibiotics completely. They excrete it through your urine or the feces. So it depending on the way their waste is being treated. Because in some animal farms, they stockpile the waste outside. Then if rain falls, it can flush it into water bodies, or even as it is being piled, it may lead to leaching. The antibiotics, the residues, or the bacteria, or the antibiotic resistant bacteria may seep through the soil into groundwaters, and humans might use it for some purposes, and you end up in the food chain. So that's how those are the ways through which antibiotic resistance is being transferred from animal farming to humans. Now we'll come to the implication of consuming microbial and antibiotic contaminated meat. When the meat is contaminated and the person consumes it, like I said before, meat is very rich. It has optimal pH and it's rich in nutrients. So it's a reservoir for the growth of microorganisms. So when the human consumes contaminated meat with pathogens, it may lead to outbreak. It may lead to an outbreak or foodborne infections because it has microorganisms, like I presented in the first table. Also, when we eat contaminated meat that has accumulated residues of antibiotics, it may cause hypersensitivity reactions, that is allergic reaction, or hepatotoxicity or carcinogenicity. It accumulates over time. We keep on eating meat over time. If the residual level is not regulated, because normally there's supposed to be a threshold level that is of antibiotics is supposed to be found in a meat. That is why they always advise that there should be a withdrawal period for the antibiotics to be metabolized within the system of the animal before it is being slaughtered and sold to humans. So when humans also when they consume meat that is contaminated with microorganisms that have already developed antibiotic resistance, we know first and foremost that microorganisms they cause infection. But when you have now the counterpart, the antibiotic resistant counterpart, it makes the virulence of the organism to be increased. Also, it can cause treatment failure because the antibiotics that were used to treat that infection that was caused by that organism, that antibiotic will no longer be effective because the organism has developed resistance. Also, it might cause increased morbidity and mortality. It may cause long hospital stay because of treatment failure. So in that case, now they have to do, there must be antibiotic sensitivity testing to test the different antibiotics to see the right one that will be able to eradicate the infection. It may also cause on steward side effects because the antibiotics that is formerly used for the treatment of that infection caused by that organism has developed antibiotic resistance. In that case, now the last line drugs, which are the last resort drugs that are costly, drugs that have serious side effects, will be employed. So the patient normally experience on serious side effects, and also those drugs that are that serve as the last line drugs, they're also very costly. So there will be a financial burden on the patient and on the healthcare system. In conclusion, presented on the table, we see that the prevalence of bacteria in contaminated meat varies across the province, as well as the prevalence of multi-drug antibiotic resistance organisms. E. coli, Listeria monocyte, and Staphylococcus aureus can cause infections in humans. Drug-resistant counterparts can cause deleterious effects on patients and healthcare systems. Thank you for your kind attention.
All right, thank you very much for a nice presentation. And all I can take from that presentation is that, ladies and gentlemen, stakes are high. It landed. Okay, with that said, let me just welcome Dr. Liana to chair the last session.
Oh, I've been looking forward to this. I said to you, Anita, I haven't lectured today, so I've got lots of words to speak. So now it's not my turn to speak. So while we are getting everything ready, I hope you guys are still awake because the topics and the content, it's getting heavier and heavier. It's now our researchers that's presenting. It's not students anymore. And I really want to encourage you to listen so that we also ask questions that's really to the point and speaking to what the people were presenting so that we can also demonstrate our interest and recognize the efforts. Right, are you ready? Our first or second last presenter, the first one of the graveyard session today. Chakika, are you ready? Yeah, press.
Okay. Good day, everyone. I will be, my name is Chika Chukuma. I will be presenting this research work from our research group titled Antioxidative, okay, I think something is hidden there. How do I get it out? Remove that. Okay. So the therapeutic, anti-diabetic, and antioxidative synergism of zinc to syringic acid complexation. As a way of introduction, okay. Sorry for that. As a way of introduction, we know diabetes still remains a global health concern. And in 2021, it has been predicted that this disease, with regards to the number of people living with diabetes, will increase by 46% by 2045, which is quite an alarming number. So the disease is a problem. And persistent hyperglycemia is a major concern in this disease, where you consistently have high blood glucose, which is either caused by loss of insulin secretion when your pancreas is compromised, or loss of insulin action. So you secrete insulin, but the insulin doesn't do the work it's supposed to do. It cannot clear glucose that is in the blood, perhaps through glucose utilization or glucose storage as glycogen. And in most cases, hyperglycemia causes most of the complications that are associated with diabetes. And it has been mentioned that oxidative stress is a major disorder that is implicated in these complications. So many pro-oxidants are generated in diabetic conditions, which can oxidatively damage micromolecules or even tissues and organs, which can cause complications related to diabetes. There are quite a number of medications used for diabetes. However, we all know they are associated with several side effects, gastrointestinal side effect, hypoglycemia, just to mention a few. On the other hand, supplements are becoming popular these days, perhaps because of their maybe low toxicity concern and their holistic functional approach when it comes to managing disease. We have supplements like minerals, vitamins, and herbal medicine. And like I said before, they're very important in prevention and management of diseases, including diabetes. They also help in the normal functioning of the body, and they're perceived to be non-toxic and perhaps very safe for people to consume. In the context of this subject, which is diabetes, we're interested in a mineral called zinc because it's very much involved in insulin secretion in the body. And many studies have mentioned that it has a good or beneficial effect that could help diabetes patients. And just to look at that, zinc has been shown to promote glycogen synthesis, which can help you to store glucose as glycogen, removing glucose from the blood. It can impair lipolysis and perhaps helps to stop glycogen breakdown. You don't want glycogen to be breaking down when you already have blood in your glucose in your blood. It will aggravate the situation. It can inhibit carbohydrate digestion. Many anti-diabetic drugs work using this mode of action. And it can enhance insulin secretion, stimulate lipogenesis, help in glucose utilization, glucose uptake, suppress glucagon secretion, because glucagon will only help to do the opposite of insulin, which you don't want in a hyperglycemic state. It can modulate insulin signaling. You want insulin to function well, and a host of others. So zinc has been complexed with many ligands, including synthetic organic ligands, natural ligands, supplements as well as some plant-derived phenolics. And the whole idea of this is to see if they can develop anti-diabetic nutraceuticals with improved and perhaps a broader scope of pharmacological property. But the problem with this is that studies that have been done previously have mostly been conducted on synthetic ligands with perhaps little or no pharmacological credence and maybe toxicity concerns because these are organic and they are synthetic. While plant-derived phenolics, which are known perhaps to be safe, they have antioxidant potential. They have really been understudied as maybe potent ligands for zinc, which is the premise for this investigation, where we are looking at, can we complex zinc with plant-derived phenolics? In this case, we are choosing syringic acid, which has an antioxidant effect, to see if we can have a complex that can outperform its precursors and perhaps have a new or a novel type of nutraceutical. So what we did in this study, perhaps, was to synthesize the complex using, sorry, that was just a typographical error there, syringic acid and zinc sulfate, a 2:1 mole ratio. Then we characterized the complex using some spectrometric analysis. And we did some cytotoxicity evaluation on the complex because what you must take should be safe. And then we use different models, in vitro, cell-based and tissue models, to test the antioxidant or anti-hyperglycemic potency of this complex relative to its precursors, to see what the comparison would be like. And finally, in animals, we also treated the animals with this complex to also compare, can the complex outperform its precursors? We obtained ethics for this, and it was conducted at the University of Free State Animal Facility. And then predetermined concentrations were used for this animal study. So I'll just go straight to the result. A zinc 2 bisyringate complex was synthesized. And as you can see there, the complex has 2 moieties of syringic acid, which complexed with zinc using the carboxylic functional group. And we are able to prove this using spectrometric analysis. From the FTIR analysis, we can clearly see the red spectrum is for the complex and the blue spectrum is for syringic acid. These key functional groups that will show distinct spectra were changed drastically. As we can see, this is a carboxylic OH stretch, which causes this broad peak. And in this instance, you see this greatly diminished, suggesting that complexation happened around the carboxylic end. That was how we were able to indicate this. Even the carboxylic carbonyl group also moved, showing that there was an interaction in that functional group area. So that was how we were able to suggest that structure. Proton NMR analysis further showed that our complex is correct, the proposed complex. We can clearly see there that this chemical shift here at 9 indicates an OH group, because this is a proton NMR, perhaps the hydrogen in this OH group causing that. And the value here is about 1.98, approximately 2, suggesting that the structure had hydrogen in 2 OH groups. We showed that there were 2 moieties of syringic acid in this complex. Also, we can see the proton for hydrogens that are connected to a benzene ring, and we can see clearly there are 4 of them here, and the integration value here is 4, which also suggests that this proposed structure was actually what the complex was like. LCMS analysis showed fragments that also suggest that we had this complex that was formed. Let's go straight to the bioactivity results. I'll describe this briefly. We did radical scavenging activities. We also checked if the complex or the precursors can inhibit lipid peroxidation, if it can inhibit carbohydrate digestion by looking at its inhibitory action on alpha glucosidase and alpha amylase. We also looked at its ability to promote glucose uptake and glucose utilization, which is what you need perhaps if you have excess glucose in your blood. And looking at all these, one thing comes to mind here is that from these IC50 values, IC50 values indicates the effectiveness of a drug or a test substance. Obviously, the lower the IC50 value, it means the more effective it is. The zinc complex had IC50 values that were in many cases lower than all the other samples, and even better than the precursors, and in some cases comparable to standard drugs. For example, you can see here ascorbic acid has an IC50 of 41.7, while the complex has an IC50 of 5.76. That's about, I would say, almost 8 times more effective than an antioxidant standard. So that just clearly describes that the complex outperformed its precursor, which is a good trend. That's what we want to see. Next, we did a cytotoxicity evaluation, and interestingly, the complex had no cytotoxicity effect either on Chang liver cells or on Elsie's Moser cells, which was very good. So we progressed to the in vivo study where the complex and rats were treated with this complex. Just to say, these animals here were induced with diabetes using STZ and fructose, and then subjected to this intervention treatment. From this graph, this is the blood glucose data. We can clearly see that moving from normal rats to diabetic rats, there's a sharp increase in blood glucose, whether weekly or fasting blood glucose. However, the treatment with the complex, as we can see there, clearly decreased it compared to the other bars, which are the precursors, which is zinc sulfate and syringic acid. And interestingly, it's quite comparable to metformin, which is a standard anti-diabetic drug. Similar trend was observed for most of the data in this study, This is a glucose tolerance test, which clearly checks how well you can tolerate glucose after a glucose ingestion. And you can see the trend there, but of more importance is the AUC value, which is there, which tells you the higher the AUC value, it means that you are not tolerating glucose properly because your blood glucose graph is still high. The lower it is, it means you're tolerating glucose properly. And as you can see there, moving from the normal animals to diabetic animals, there's sharp increase in the AUC value because these diabetic animals obviously cannot tolerate glucose because pancreas has been compromised. As well, they may suffer from insulin resistance. However, when we treated with the complex, we could see a sharp decrease in this AUC value, suggesting that this complex helped in improving glucose tolerance. These animals are able to metabolize glucose properly. Interestingly, it's comparable again to, not statistically though, but closer to metformin, and it's stronger than the precursors that it was developed with, which is very good. Next, we looked at the insulin secretion and insulin resistance. Similar trend was observed here. You can see moving from normal to diabetic animals, insulin secretion sharply dropped because these diabetic animals have a compromised pancreas. However, the complex help in recovering this low insulin secretion, and it was quite comparable to zinc. Remember, as we mentioned, zinc has been shown to be useful in insulin functioning in the body. And if we look at the HOMA-IR data, HOMA-IR data clearly tells you how good is your insulin, is the insulin that you secrete, how good is it functioning. You can see that in most cases where you have high blood glucose and you also have high insulin secretion, it means that the insulin is not functioning well, because if your insulin functions well, it should decrease the blood glucose. So the higher the HOMA-IR value, it means that you're having an insulin resistant symptom. The lower it is, it means your body is metabolizing glucose properly, perhaps through the secretion of insulin. And as you can see, they're moving from the normal to the diabetic animals. There's a sharp increase in HOMA-IR, suggesting a trend of insulin resistance in the diabetic untreated animals. However, similar trend we saw here, like the previous data, that the complex strongly reduced this HOMA-IR value, suggesting that insulin signaling is becoming better and comparable to metformin as well. We feel that this good insulin signaling function of the complex may be clearly related to improving of the glycogen synthesis, as well as hexokinase activity, which are enzymes that are involved in removal of glucose from the blood and perhaps help in the utilization of glucose in tissues. You can see moving from normal to diabetic, the animals clearly showed decreased glycogen synthesis and also decreased hexokinase or glucose utilization ability. Similar trend was observed where the complex improved these deranged or this abnormal trend in these diabetic animals, and also it was comparable to metformin. On the other hand, if we look at some antioxidant indices, we saw that lipid peroxidation sharply increased in the diabetic animals, but the complex helped in decreasing lipid peroxidation, which suggests that oxidative stress was improved in these animals. Antioxidant enzymes clearly were sharply decreased due to diabetes induction. However, the complex improved these antioxidant enzyme levels, which shows that oxidative stress was greatly ameliorated in these animals. So in conclusion, we think this is what was happening. Zinc is complexed with a plant phenolic acid in a 2:1 ratio. And we feel that the complex acquired the insulin mimetic property of the zinc. However, because of the two moieties of phenolic acid, it now improved the antioxidant potency of the complex. And with that, we can say syringic zinc acid complexation may be an alternative approach to improving the efficacy of anti-diabetic and antioxidative therapy with minimal adverse side effects or disorders, as we can see in the cytotoxicity data. So these are the references that we used here, and I want to acknowledge these people, CUT and NRF. Thank you.
Sure. You had me with ethical clearance. That's like, whoa. Because in my department, and especially for me, I'm so terrified when I have to apply for ethical clearance these days. I think I can get some pointers from him. He will assist me greatly. All right, I think it's our time for questions. Eh? Oh, I want to speak first. Yeah, I want to ask.
No,
I
thank you.
have
No,
a
it's
question
fine.
for you.
I
I have a question for you. So, what is more traumatic, to get the drip or the other way to get your iron in?
It's already my question, so I must.
Yes, so you
Okay,
can.
no,
well,
it's
you
fine.
should
I'll answer it.
that for me
Yes,
as
I'll
well.
answer it as we go along.
Okay, so that's the first answer. I've now got another question for you, so I will ask you that afterwards.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the last one to speak, so I'll speak very slowly to enhance that sleep effect. And, all right, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to talk about oral versus intravenous iron. And I think you've let the cat out of the bag, isn't it? By asking your question already. So if you look at it, at the topic itself, you do realize that we are talking about iron deficiency anemia, and then we're talking about geophagia. So now the question comes, where are we going with this? Let's first start with geophagia. What is geophagia? Geophagia is the habitual consumption of soil, where there are many reasons given for this particular practice, and they are mentioned there. But it is known that there are certain beneficial and harmful effects on human health. And the beneficial effects include things like relief of symptoms from morning sickness. That's why you see it more commonly in the pregnant women who consume a bit of soy. And then there are also possibility of mineral supplementation. And then you look at the harmful effects. They are thinking there could be microbiological infection, like parasitic infection, that come from this. And it is also associated with iron deficiency anemia. But now I want to point out something and bring something to your attention here. You look at this one, I'm saying a benefit is mineral supplementation. Then the next one, I'm saying harmful effect is mineral abnormality. So somehow there's a discord there, but I'll come back to that at a later stage. But now, the thing that we've established is geophagia is associated with iron deficiency anemia. What we have not found out is the concept whether it is a symptom or a cause or even a contributor to this. So that is where the research goes into this particular aspect. But for me, I went the other way. So now let's have a look. Geophagia is associated with iron deficiency anemia. Let us just lay the groundwork and talk about what iron deficiency anemia is. Iron deficiency anemia generally just described means a decrease in hemoglobin level. And hemoglobin is important for oxygen transport. And most of your iron is within hemoglobin. So that also now you would understand why we say you have anemia, a decrease in hemoglobin, which is caused by you not having sufficient iron. So that is the issue there. But why talk about iron deficiency anemia? Why is it so important? What we find out is that the prevalence of iron deficiency anemia, iron deficiency worldwide is close to 2 billion. So 2 billion people have iron deficiency. And you notice now I say iron deficiency, but not iron deficiency anemia. So iron deficiency is the state where your body does not have sufficient iron. But now, iron deficiency anemia is an extension thereof, whereby you have a deficiency of iron, but coupled to that, you also have the anemia, meaning the iron level is so low that you can't synthesize the hemoglobin. All right. So, and then from there, we've got 30% of IDA in non-industrial countries, and within the target population of this particular study, it's 20%. So now the problems that this can create of iron deficiencies, there's decreased productivity, and then there's also abnormal cell-mediated immunity and low birth weight and so on. But here I want to point out that if you have iron deficiency, and it can affect in different ways. Here we are thinking productivity within the country, that can also affect what we do. Here infection slightly, and then here we are talking mother to child health. And then from there, the issue here is, how is iron deficiency treated? The protocol is, when somebody has iron deficiency, we treat them with oral iron. If they don't respond to oral iron, we go then to go and do intravenous iron. So you want to see what is going on in that particular side. So where's the problem? The problem is going back to that time when I said about mineral supplementation. In vitro studies do not bring out the same results. So some are saying soil supplements, and then some are saying supplements iron, and then the others are saying it contributes to iron deficiency anemia. So we need to look at this. But why would soil do this? Soil, due to its granular nature, could cause affect the gastrointestinal tract, tear it, and cause bleeding. And as you bleed, you are losing iron, because majority of our iron is where? In blood. And then from there, you move over to, it could also cause malabsorption, where you cannot absorb or change the surface of the gastrointestinal tract. So now if soil inhibits iron absorption, then will you getting oral iron help to treat the problem? It seems to say maybe not, isn't it? So if that happens, then we have people with a heavy load of symptomatic burden while they have iron deficiency, and we are waiting for it to kick into effect. So maybe it's about time we look into this, and then look into seeing, maybe can we transform and look at IV iron instead of oral in these particular cases. So furthermore, what is also important is that to note is comparison of oral and IV iron therapy has not been undertaken, unlike in other fields, and we will talk about that at a later stage. So what do we want to achieve with this particular study? We want to compare oral and intravenous iron therapy in geophagic females, those who consume soil, who have iron deficiency. So we broke it into two objectives. One is to compare oral and intravenous iron, evaluating the anemia on its own, and then from the oral and intravenous iron, evaluating the iron deficiency. So that's where we will go. Remember this, I'll come back to it at a later stage. So what kind of design did we come up with? He had a randomized prospective dose escalating intervention study. I'll explain it as we move along. And then in the recruitment phase, we recruited 320 participants, non-pregnant females. Now the question comes, females, why females? Because remember, females go on menstrual cycles, so they tend to lose blood, therefore iron deficiency can easily develop. So only 84 of those recruited participants met the inclusion criteria, and the criteria was they must have mild anemia, meaning less than 10 to the power of 5 grams per deciliter, and then they must have iron deficiency where ferritin is less than 15. And then from there, Liana, the Flugwort is here, ethical consideration. So then we went for ethics, and this was approved for that. So this was a 14-week intervention study. You remember I said randomized. So you're asking yourself, where does the randomization come? The randomization came in, we had two groups. Group A, which was expected to abstain from consuming soil during the treatment, and then group B, which could continue with iron, so that we can see the effects of that. But I'm not going to present on that today, because that deals with just oral therapy. Then the escalating dose, as you can see, for the first 4 weeks, we started increasing as we go along, and they had this iron intervention for 10 weeks, and we used Ferrimed. And then at week 10, we gave them IV iron, and then we monitor them for another 4 weeks and see what we get after that particular time period. So blood was drawn to assess hematology, which is the anemia, and then clinical chemistry to look at the iron studies using the dimension and the pentra. If you want to know the specific principles, don't worry, you can ask. I'll start again and then explain it to you. All right, so now what did we find? So if you look at this, in this particular table, I'm presenting to you the baseline results, just so that we know who we are dealing with, isn't it? Who was our participants? So for the entire group, what you will notice here, I'm giving you a reference range. This is hemoglobin. That's the one we're going to focus on, that we want to see. If you notice that, you'll see that the mean here, or is it there? Yeah. The mean is below the range. So you see that they have anemia, isn't it? Then from there, you look at MCV, which is mean cell volume, which indicates the size of the cell. Mean cell hemoglobin, which indicates the amount of hemoglobin inside the cell. So if you look at those, then we get what we call hypochromic microcytic anemia, meaning the color is off because there isn't enough hemoglobin in the cell. The size is smaller because you don't have hemoglobin to pack inside the red cell, isn't it? So that's the idea there. And then from there, you look at serum iron, which is a reflection of the amount of iron that you've consumed currently, so it doesn't really tell us much, but it is important for the breakdown. Just to confirm, do I have 5 minutes or 7? 5, thank you. All right, now, then we get on with ferritin, isn't it? Ferritin is the storage form. And there you also see, these are all decreased, isn't it? And then from there, you look at the total iron binding capacity. It goes up when you have iron deficiency anemia. There you can see it's above the range, isn't it? So these are the entire population. Now these are the two groups. Then you remember I said we randomized. So here we were just looking if our randomization worked. And what do you notice? All these p values are above 0.005. So they are not statistically significant. So our randomization was successful. So we may pop the balloon. All right. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at what has happened now in the actual study. So here I am presenting to you the hemoglobin. I'm going to focus on the hemoglobin. These two I'll talk a little bit about because this is our endpoint. When you look at our hemoglobin here, you will see that at baseline, these people's mean was around about 9.2. It improved slightly, which was statistically significant, isn't it? But we did not achieve the goal. And the goal is, sorry about that, the goal is to move this to within the reference range. So that we did not achieve. But once we gave them oral iron, then at least we saw the shift whereby you increase in that. And all these differences were statistically significant. The same pattern is coming up here. Baseline, slight improvement, later on a little bit better. Baseline, slight improvement, and then you see that. So if you look at this particular one as well, same system goes here. You look at the ferritin level, we had around about 4.5, improved to 6.9, which is still below our range. So there's still iron deficiency. And then from there here, our mean jumped up into the reference range. So that is important. And then from there, you look at the total iron binding capacity. It was high, came down slightly. And then from there, it fell within the reference range. So the same pattern is followed around here. But maybe, perhaps, I must just point out, as you can see, this one is 11.6. It did not get into the reference range. That could be a question for later. All right. So now, ladies and gentlemen, when we look at this, we want to also find out just before, there are two ways of evaluating whether this works. One was to see if it jumps into the reference range. The second one is to see how much change we have. So if you achieve a change of 2 grams per deciliter, you have actually, that means that particular treatment is effective. And here you can see we have 0.5, so it did not we did not achieve what we wanted to do. Okay, for these ones, they are just for additional information, but it follows the same trend. We had a change of 2, and then later on between IV, after IV treatment, we have a change of 10 femtoliters. Okay, so, and then from there, we move on to the ferritin levels. There they changed because here there is more important for the correction into the reference range. So you remember here, we had more that corrected. So in summary, ladies and gentlemen, the primary outcome, which is correction of anemia, was not reached when we used oral iron for 10 weeks, isn't it? Whereby we found that there was correction maybe 9 and 5%, meaning for anemia, hemoglobin 9%, anemia 5%, we reached the outcome. But with IV iron, we achieved 34 and 40%. So you can see the difference of what we are looking at, this one versus that. So this one was even 10 times better than the previous one. So, ladies and gentlemen, contrary to other studies, when we look at our conceptualizing our study within the context of other results, we find out that in other disciplines, we have seen that IV and oral iron tend to perform similar, isn't it? But in this particular case of what we do, it does not. So, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I say IV iron is effective for the treatment of iron deficiency in geophagic vertebral females compared to oral iron therapy. I thank you.
Right, now I can call the other speakers. And while I'm waiting for the other speakers to come for their questions, I can start to ask, because iron is quite an important topic when it comes to productivity and when it comes to running and fitness. So am I wasting my money on my child's oral iron supplementation because she's drinking those little ones that look like sherbet? You see, I don't even remember the name, I just pay. Because that's oral supplementation, and when I said to the doctor the other day, hey, am I wasting my money? I want to check, is the iron better or not?
Colleagues.
She said,
The mic for participants
for the
online.
participants. The doctor said you must abstain for some time from using iron before you can see if there's been an improvement to do a test. So, am I wasting my money on buying oral iron supplement? She's not pregnant and she's not eating soil at the moment.
All right. Doc, I think your question can be answered in multiple ways. If you look at it, iron supplement, this is also another thing that we look at. Iron supplements are a good thing, isn't it, that you'll get iron? But the problem with our body and the way it's designed is when you take in iron, your body can only absorb 10% of that iron that you're putting in, isn't it? The rest of it lets go. The reason for that is because you don't have a physiological mechanism to get rid of the iron from your body. So it tries by all means to avoid having iron overload. Because if you have iron overload, you'll have other problems, and you don't want that. So then the second aspect that you need to look at is then they are saying as well, for people who are not who do not have iron deficiency anemia, for instance, when you take iron, instead, or when you take it repetitively, what happens is when you the next day when you take it again, rather the iron, it tends to induce inflammation within the gastrointestinal, not for you to be sick. But then it tends to inhibit, increase hepcidin production, isn't it? Then it inhibits uptake. So if you take it, then the best way to take it, and when you're doing that, is to take one day, skip one, take it another day, skip one, and then you carry on with it that way, because you're just trying to increase the stores. But he can always benefit. I don't know if your child is already in menstrual period time. So then how heavy is her flow as well? So things like that would contribute as to saying. So I think maybe keep going, but check the iron levels anyway, just to see what's going on. And then we take it from there.
Okay, Level, you like to talk, Level? I'll give you another opportunity. I just want to confirm one or two things regarding the doses, né? The oral versus the intravenous. Were the same doses given? And also the other thing, does the time period over which the doses, the 10 weeks versus the 4 weeks, does that have any influence?
Thank you, Dr. Bueta. Remember now, when you treat iron deficiency, isn't it? You need at least 3 weeks to see an effect, isn't it? So, but the dose itself is not the same for oral and intravenous, because now with intravenous, we are putting it directly into your vein. So when you're taking oral, we can give you 100 per day, isn't it? Or 150 or 200, so we can escalate it until the 200 mark. But like I just said as well, so then you don't absorb as much. But once we put it in your vein, and remembering again, you cannot get rid of it. So within the treatment that we gave a particular person, we did it on a daily basis. We could only give them 200 on that particular day, 200 milligrams for that day, and then they come back again for another 200 and so on until we have achieved the goal we wanted to achieve, where our hemoglobin is supposed to come up to the level we want when we calculated the dose. So for intravenous, we calculate the dose separately to say, here's your level of hemoglobin, so you will need this much, and then we give you that particular much.
Thank you. Didi, your hand is noted online. We will come back to you. Let me just give the platform to the adjudicator. Then we go to Didi, then we come to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Beautiful presentations. Well done. My question to the first, Dr. Ojo. After listening to you, you said BSG is more cost effective compared to SCOBY. I'm not sure whether I heard about the availability when we compare to SCOBY. That's maybe I should ask all the questions. 1-1 for everyone. Okay. Then to the second person, you mentioned the risk of eating meat, especially those that are contaminated. So what's the way forward? What must I do? I love my steaks. Then to the third person, you spoke about zinc being effective in treating diabetics, and even with complex, it's much more effective. So what informed your choice of complex, the one that you chose that you combine with zinc? And also, are you not going to compare to look at zinc alone so that we'll see the true effect, whether it's the complex or even the zinc? I know you said a lot of people are worked on zinc, but particularly for your work, I'm thinking it might be of interest to know the effect of zinc alone without combining with the complex. And the last one, I'm not sure whether I heard about the sample. I know that I heard about those that are anemic and those that are not. So where did you find these people? Are they patients in the hospital or in the marketplace? How did you know their condition? Thank you.
I hope you're noting down the questions, or do you want to respond? Okay, before we go to the next question, then let's take this round of, let's just give you an opportunity to respond to her questions. Thank you.
Okay. So as you know that we consume beer a lot. So BSG is Brewer's Brent grain. You find Brewer's Brent grains everywhere. So it's easy to obtain than SCOBY. SCOBY is kombucha and the fermented and sweetened tea. So yeah, I hope you.
Ojo, I heard you say we. I just wanted to excuse myself. All right, thank you.
Okay. We know we differ in our eating habits, but the only thing I can say is that the mitigation of antibiotic resistance is a collective work from the point of production right up to the consumers. So at the point of the consumer, the only thing is that we should cook our meat properly. It should be well done. Also, the other thing is that at the point of the farmers, because it's at the point of production where the animals are being reared, that is where antibiotics come into play, because the farmers they have the interest of making profit. They focus on their profit, so they want to increase their productivity. So they will increase the use of antibiotics instead of using other preventive measures, not to combat infections. They will rather implement antibiotics to increase the productivity. So it is good for us to sensitize the farmers on the adverse effects that is associated with a huge consumption of antibiotics. But at the point of the consumer, you have to cook your meat. It should be well done when you're cooking your meat.
Thank you for your question. I'll start with the first one. I think what informed the choice of the ligand for the complex. Okay, you can notice that the ligand that we chose is a phenolic acid. And we know phenolic acids are very, very much present in fruits and vegetables, and they are part of the phytoconstituents that help with the antioxidant benefits that we have in fruits and vegetables. Because of the volume of the work, we couldn't necessarily study all the phenolic acids. So the work is in progress. We've studied quite a number of phenolic acids. This is just one of them, which is syringic acid that we are presenting. And then the second question is properly controlling the experiment, that it was good to see what's the effect of zinc. And actually we did that in the study. There's a number of times I mentioned precursors. I meant zinc and the phenolic acid. So we had the test done on the complex. We also did all the tests on the phenolic acid and also on zinc. And in every instance, we found that the complex outperformed both of them. That's why we had to conclude saying that perhaps that complex had two moieties of the phenolic acid, which improved its antioxidant potential, but it also perhaps got the insulin mimetic or the beneficial bioactivities from zinc as well. So it's making it like a holistic complex with improved and kind of a multifaceted or broader pharmacological activity. So it was done, and I reported it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Can we please unmute Didi in the meantime? Online.
Oh. Thank you, Doc. I thought I was going to get a miss of this one because I already had many questions on that particular. Okay, they're just joking. Unfortunately, Doc, we had to go house to house. These are not people who are within the hospital, because the problem is you find that there's also a bit of secrecy and a bit of some kind of shame where people consume soil. It's looked down on, so people are not always happy to tell you about it. So we had to go really house to house and try and find these particular individuals. So it took a bit long. And then from there, the important part again now would be, after we found you and you consume, it doesn't necessarily mean you have iron deficiency anemia. Now we had to go test you first. And then that's why out of that 320 that were interested in participating, we only achieved 84 who could actually meet the criteria to continue with our study. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you again for the presentations. I think the first one I want to ask is Dr. Milo. Am I pronouncing it right? Okay, Manilo. Maybe I missed a bit in terms of the methodology used in terms of the criteria in selecting the animals in which you did in which you did the studies in. And while you're answering this question, please just clarify just a bit in terms of the methodology that you use later on, please. And then when you're answering Doctor here, you talked about you should do our meat well done, but how can we find a way in terms of relating to the farmers where the outcome, the way we get our meat, relating the research that we have found to them that can be efficient in terms of getting what we want in terms of analyzing the deficiency? That's one question. And then to Dr. Chukuma. Dr. Chukuma. Oh, I loved your NMR. I'm a chemist, so NMR is my thing. And it was too perfect for me when I looked at that NMR in terms of how pure the NMR was. No impurities seen in there. When the other speakers were talking, they talked more about how expensive drugs are. When you look into the ligand that you use to bind your zinc, take into consideration the economical effect in terms of that because if the study is showing this potential, that it might be helpful if the ligand that you're using is cheaper, and also the manufacturing of the complex is not complicated, and also you get the pure compound as you do, then it's not it's because the tedious work is also purifying the complexes that you find. Then it's very difficult to get the pure compounds that you need. Okay, Dr. Mahong, I don't think I have a lot in terms of, but for me, the main thing that I was thinking is, in terms of iron deficiency, if we look, I'm not good in terms of health sciences, you will expect in vitro to be more effective compared to the dose, the oral method of giving the patient the iron, because mostly we do, it's not advantageous or it's not practical for people to go for in vitro. What can we do in terms of increasing the intake of iron if we are using oral? What is the most effective way that can work if you have identified that in your study? Thank you.
Okay. Like I said, to address antibiotic resistance, the transmission is a collective. It's a collective responsibility from the farmers to the retailers and then to the consumers. The one thing I know is that monitoring and surveillance, for us to update, to have updated results on the prevalences, it will help us. And also for us to do that, to do the monitoring, we have to do something like community engagement, where you go to the communities, because we know with South Africans, most of them, they tend to keep cattle. So when we go to the communities, when we do community engagement, we bring the communities to the members of the community to partake in the community engagement, explain to them about, sensitize them actually about, because some of them, they are ignorant, don't know anything about the development of antibiotic resistance. All they know is that they want to treat their animal. So if we have to sensitize them about the outcome, about the shortcomings of implementing without consulting with the veterinarians, I think it will help them to manage the use of the drug.
I think there was a question for all of you, or most of you. Dr. Chika?
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I think your first question was the affordability of the process, how economically viable it is. I would say zinc, for the synthesis of this complex, we use zinc sulfate, zinc heptahydrate, and it's quite affordable, very affordable. Then for the phenolic acid, which is syringic acid, it's also very affordable. We are looking at perhaps about when we bought this about for about 100 gram, we paid about 2,000 or thereabout. So I don't know, affordability is objective and perhaps. So we thought with regards to the benefits or the potential benefits from the study, that it's worth looking into. Perhaps in the future, it's very key that we also look at this to see if there are better ways we can make this more economically viable, and perhaps see if we say we want to extract it or get it from sources that's more expensive. The synthetic process was quite a simple process, very simple. I think it's about a two-step reaction where we have not really equimolar, equimole ratio, if there's something like that, the 2:1 of both of them, and we mixed it together and we got precipitate very instantly while stirring. So we washed several times through through centrifuging, taking out the supernatant, and through filtration using the filter paper, just to make sure we got a clean complex. And the NMR that you see there is just as it is. I can assure you on that. Thank you very much.
Dr. Shahu, I think your question was very much loaded. Let me start unpacking it one at a time. Yes, I think the general perspective, and actually it makes sense, that IV would be better than oral. But what we have also now found is when they were doing other studies in different disciplines, for instance, then there was no better performance between oral and IV, isn't it? So the people would still respond. It's just that it takes a bit longer for IV to sort out the problem, unlike for oral than for IV, isn't it? So that is the thing. And what we wanted to highlight with this particular study was to say, isn't it time that maybe for this particular one, let's consider and see if we can get it to become more effective. And now the other side was to say, how can we increase the effectiveness of oral, isn't it? There are many ways that you can do that. It's also to be watchful as to what you are going to take together with the iron itself, isn't it? So let's say, for instance, if you have vitamin C, that would also promote the absorbance of iron. If you take tea with your iron, then you are not you throwing your money down the drain. So things like that. So it depends on what you are also going to consume with it. So that can be one way to try and make it better. And then the other problem when it comes to oral iron can be compliance, because some people will tell you they don't really like the taste of it and so on. But okay, I just want to say Ferrimet is a bit palatable, so it's very nice. It tastes a little bit better than, that's why we use that particular one, but it's a bit costly now. So yeah, that's the other problem. Okay, thank you.
All right. Is Didi ready for us? Or Didi?
Hello, colleagues, can you hear me?
We can hear you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. It's Dr. Willie on this side. Thank you, Dr. Mukhuma. Yes, it's Didi on this side.
Hi, Didi.
Can you hear me?
This, can you get close to your mic? We seem to be having a connection issue. Yeah, much better.
Much better. Okay. You mentioned in your presentation when it comes to the oral injury, you advise take one, skip one to avoid that. In that toxicity that the body wants to go into.
Didi?
Yes.
Is it possible for you to type your question because we are having, I don't know if it's connectivity or your sound is just faint. So if possible, please type your question.
Okay, I'll try and do that.
All right, thank you. Sir, I don't know who you want to shoot, but there's 4 of them.
I am not a shooter. I'll have to ask Dr. Manilo regarding the antibiotic resistant. I think the colleague has mentioned if we got the methodology of the community, the specific community who were practicing the production. Because I can see with the species that you have been mentioned here, normally they happen in a poultry production. That's where you find some of the species, the salmonella and others. But my question clearly is that I want to clarify something first. Most of the medicine that is used in animal production, they do not contain antibiotics. They are not antibiotics, they are antitoxins. So you'd find that there's an antibody that is going to target a specific toxin that is secreted by an organism that is causing the toxins. So that is what they use because there were complaints by the communities to say that the remnants of these antibiotics are killing people. So they no longer, the MSD groups that are producing these medicines, they no longer use the antibiotics as they are. They rather create the antibodies to kill the toxins. So that is the question to say, which specific group of community did you target, or did you actually find that there's antibiotic resistant in the animal production? And also to Dr. Mokhongwa, with oral consumption and the IV, I wanted to know if is there any form of oral supplement that is indigenous instead of rather fortified that works better so that you can compare it with the IV? Because I think in Kenya, there's the Maasai tribe. They have what they call the osaroi. I think it's the osorai. It's more like a dish. They actually prepare blood, the bloody meal. It's a meal, but it contains blood. So they use that as a supplement for them to correct the iron deficiency, and it works perfect. So I just wanted to know have you ever thought of tampering with some of the indigenous supplements that you can compare with the IV?
All right, thank you, sir.
If we look at the South African Veterinary Association, the guidelines that they give, there are certain antibiotics that have been approved. We have streptomycin, there's tetracycline that is being used in pig farming. When you talk about the studies that I included, I took the studies that were conducted within the provinces of South Africa, like in Mpumalanga. I took a study from Mpumalanga, from Johannesburg, from Eastern Cape, like the various communities, like the various communities from different provinces, because we know they vary in the socioeconomic factors, their level of their level of poverty. It varies from province to province. So actually, like I said before, there are antibiotics that have been validated to be used for animal production in South Africa. If you check even recent publications, you see there are antibiotics and there are surrogates of antibiotics that are being used in humans for treatment. Then what I said was that antibiotic resistant pathogens. I didn't say antibiotics itself. When I was talking about the public health consequences, I was talking about the possibilities that when you eat, because normally during production, there are threshold levels of every of the antibiotics that is supposed to be found in meat before it is being sold out. So even for the microorganism, there are also threshold levels depending on the organism that can be found in meat, but they know when human consume it, it won't have any further effect. So there are threshold levels, but there are times that the microbial level surpasses the threshold level. That is when the problem comes in.
Dr. Mokhongwa, Just bear in mind that we should be out of here in 15 minutes time. So,
So I got 15 minutes to answer that question.
no, we should be out of this place. So what we can do is answer the question, then go to the chat box. I think she has typed.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much for that particular question. I think that particular question links in so beautifully with what Dr. Shahu also asked, isn't it, to enhance this particular thing. The one thing I did not mention is that the more you eat meat, isn't it, the more iron you will get from that. And the reason being, that regulation I was talking about within the gastrointestinal tract. When you eat meat, meat has hemoglobin. So the hem in there contains the iron. That doesn't have a restriction as to what your body can absorb. So that you absorb much easier. And things like tea and all of that will not affect that absorption, isn't it? And now you are talking about the people in Kenya who actually consume blood itself, isn't it? They take blood from the animal and cook it. So there's hemoglobin in there. So that means that's the best way to get iron into your body. So it's just that I did not think about it. Maybe I should have had you on my team, and then we would go to Kenya and then perform this particular study. Thank you. Yeah, that would be great. Hey, that they're running with the guy. Where is it? Oh, chat box. Doctor, yes, thank you, Dr. Olivier. The question, ladies and gentlemen, is just, let me maybe quickly read it. How long after IV treatment did iron levels stay high? Thus, how often should the ladies get iron to be classified, to not be classified as anemic? So, we just monitored for just 4 weeks to see what has happened in that particular time. So we measured at week 12 and week 14, but unfortunately after that we did not have to continue with the study because we didn't have a whole lot of resources to continue. So what we then did was, as part of our ethical commitment, we gave them more iron to say they must now maybe try the oral route and see how that is going to increase it, but we have no way of saying. But if you treat it and then supplement the stores, then what's going to happen is that if the stores are sorted, then it will take a while for them to become anemic again. I hope I've answered you, Didi. Thank you. Thumbs up.
Thank you. Dr. Strahazen?
I'm terrified of you now. Since you've got the doctor, you are so strict. You said we must leave the venue, and I have so many things I want to talk about.
I was referring to the program. But I think I'm done from my side. The adjudicators have asked questions. The floor has, I think we've exhausted all the questions. So we may do the honors of introducing the next item on the program.
I lost my program. I'm not happy. All right, thank you very much. I don't know why you pushed me. There's a break. We can just shorten the break. All right, so Francis, can we have a short break now? Yes, okay, he said yes, please. I just also want to say from my secret agent in the animal industry, animal nutrition industry, I know that there's a huge drive to reduce the medicine and the antibiotics in the animal feed as well. It's an international drive, and we know how we are in South Africa. We're always a little bit slow, but it's there. It's there. So it was now in the latest AFMA conference, it was there as well. All right, so let's have a short break. Yeah, my watch and the watch of the program is not the same. So can we have a 10-minute break, Francis? How much time do you?
No.
5.
Has spoken, so they don't want a break.
But don't we
Perhaps they
need
can have a
auditors?
stretch break unless you are still preparing results.
Yes, that's the only thing. So that
Can we make it 5?
5 minutes, yes.
KPMG and all of them to quickly sort out the results. No corruptions here. Is the results fine? All right. So who's going to do for us the Prof Hester? Are you ready for presentations? Now. Okay, so I have 5 minutes. Okay, I will not sing, so I will just give you. Yeah, Grijshaar. Okay, we have a 5 minutes break. I don't want to put the assisting dean under pressure. Let's have a short break. Thank you. Ja, jullie is zo streng. Nee man, dit was 'n lang kwartaal.
Dit was 'n lang jaar.
I was reminded that yesterday in 2 weeks' time is Christmas, right? Is that true? No. 2 months, yeah. 2 months. Sorry, I say 2 weeks, 2 months. I'm already there with our birthdays, Dr. Botha. I'm already there. But today, now, I feel like Christmas has arrived. Somewhere now, immediately. So it is my utmost pleasure to then distribute these lovely certificates and medals. So the first category is the best master's degree presentation, and that goes to MJ van Jaarsveld with 2 A's, and I see that MJ van Jaarsveld is no longer with us. So congratulations to Mr. van Jaarsveld and to the clinical technology. But I don't also see Dr. Botha here. I think we'll just ask her to do the handover. The next category is the best presentation for doctoral students, and that goes to Mr. Brian Nkubeni. Here's your little Jiffy bag, for the medal, Mr. Ngubeni. Right, then the best presenter in the category Emerging Researcher goes to Dr. Odo. Sorry, I missed your presentation. You can collect all the Jiffy bags from me now. Then the best presenter in the category mid-career research. I think we need to make drum rolls now. Goes to Dr. Alef Mongogolwa. I also just asked. Organize an event and to do the best presentation says that one. Right. Then, colleagues, in 2022, the Dean's Trophy for the best article, the award was never announced or completed in 2022. So now I have also the honor to announce those winners, and generosity is my second name. So because of the close outcome, there will be 3 colleagues or 3 articles that will be shared for this award. So, drum roll. We have Dr. Noffer. I don't see her here. I'm not sure, is it Dr. Mugudumadi? No. Udumadi? Yeah! And Dr. Matuane, and I don't see him here as well.
Yes.
So,
Mr. Chika can come on the behalf of
who?
Matuan, isn't it?
Matuane, yeah.
Yes.
Who can come? Oh, Dr.
Yes.
Chika. Yes.
Doctor, yes, please. Please come, doctor.
Dr. Noffer, right, so that you
Yes.
can at least
Have a photo of us.
and And then our last award is the Dean's Trophy Best Article for 2023 goes to Dr. Manilo. And that, ladies and gentlemen, before we conclude, this day cannot happen if we do not have dedicated people staring at us from behind their files. So we are eternally grateful to the panel of adjudicators who assisted us this year. Thank you for spending the day with us. We hope that the day was indeed informative, and it was lovely having you amongst us. And thanks for asking those questions that we could not, think of, and for stretching our limits in our brains. So thank you very much for that. So in the order here, and maybe we just come to the front, under the name
What? Picture. Okay. Yes, maybe. Where are you? In the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this then concludes the presentation for the day. I think the only outstanding matter is to close this day. And I would like to take Dr. Mugongwa, ask request Dr. Mugongwa to come to the microphone so that we can conclude this beautiful day. Thank you very much. Give him a round of applause.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Those who are here physically and those ones who are joining us from the cloud, the angels, yes. So it's good to have you here with us. And colleagues, let me start by saying thank you so much for the participation that we received and the commitment to come to this particular event and contribute immensely. It was a tough year this year to organize our particular PRD. We had challenges going left, right, and center, but then the PRD committee did an excellent job. Ladies and gentlemen, I really think you must give them a serious round of applause. And may I please request that you all come here. We get a photo opportunity as the PRD colleagues right there, so the people can see you are actually looking good, isn't it? If you're wearing black, if you're not, don't come. Please, can we just do that quickly so that we just get an opportunity, please? Dr. Joy, Dr. Joy, please come.
So you can go. Yeah,
Thank you so much. And then from there, I would also like to thank our keynote and guest speakers in absentia for the job that they did, and also for our dean for opening and starting this particular event on a high note, so that from there we can carry on and do all of this. But then this could not have been possible as well without our presenters who came through and presented their presentations. And for once this year, everybody presented. We didn't have somebody who had their name in and then did not present. So that was a good thing. And then most importantly, our adjudicators for assisting us with adjudicating the day, and some of you as well for also helping us to adjudicate the Dean's Trophy as well. Thank you so much. We appreciate it wholeheartedly. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's give our adjudicators a round of warm applause. All right, thank you. And then from there, I'm going to... And then from there, ladies and gentlemen, very important, we also need to thank our HOD who started the day as well as our session chair, the plenary session chair. HOD, we appreciate it. And then all the other session chairs, you did a fantastic job. Thank you so much for coming to my rescue and sorting us out from there. Thank you so much. And then that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Let me not go ahead and come up with long stories. Let me say to you, with those few words, I declare this congregation closed so we can go and have a good time. Thank you so much. Next year when I have a budget, we will have a good time.
Allocation.